Yeah, I guess we're live now. And finally, I was waiting for this moment for some time. And yes, finally, JavaScript Global Summit by Geekle 2024 is live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you very much, Sia, for joining us. Thank you for putting all this event together. How are you?
Mhm. I'm great. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I'm super excited for this summit. JavaScript is quite a wide topic. We have great for community of experts and a wonderful audience here. So thank you all for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, this event is kind of overview event for JavaScript technologies for everyone, because nowadays almost no one uses pure JavaScript or ECMAScript or whatever. Most of us were using some frameworks, but some stuff, some principles, some innovations are the same for any frameworks and technologies you're using inside of JavaScript technology. And that's what event is about. We have really nice overview of what happens in our domain. And yeah, let me read what we have, what talks we have today. What is this event actually about? So our first is get out of memory issues. Like, really, I really love the clear naming of the talks. Like, yeah, it's get out of memory issues. Nice. The engineer's guide to business mastery, thinking beyond the blueprint. Engineering's guides to business mastery. Yeah, I think we will need some kind of business thinking while we work with our tasks and problem solving. Built-in AI browsers. Built-in AI browsers. Cool. I love this talk, and would love to hear what was about. How AI really can help us with testing in our code. Sorry, how AI can really help us testing our code. For sure, that's interesting topic. Build AI applications with LangChain and Node.js. Super hot, super interesting, and it's always good to hear something new about that, or just see another experience. Performance mastery, optimizing web apps with data. Of course, no limits in optimization and performance optimization, especially customizing platform for web components. Absolutely. Add geospatial search to your JS app with Elasticsearch. Absolutely. So what we have, what we're moving to, kind of, it's not AI powered development, but we can't get rid actually of AI in our development now. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day. It's more entry day because it's a junior track today. For those who just stepping in the into the industry. So yeah, Sia, tell us more about the event. How did you like put this together?
Sure. First of all, I'm so thankful for our community of JavaScript enthusiasts, JavaScript experts at Geekle. I mean, we already have, I guess, everything we need. We have amazing speakers, amazing audience, and for today's event, we have more than 1,300 registrations. So thank you for choosing Geekle. Lineup of speakers for JavaScript Global Summit 24 consists of 18 speakers, 8 for today and 10 more for senior day. And for today, I've prepared for you 3 blocks of presentations. And at the end of each block, we will have Q&A session with our speakers present live. So don't miss your chance to clarify some points from the presentations, or maybe ask some questions you haven't chance to ask someone before. I mean, here are great experts in the field available live to answer your questions, so do not miss your chance. And also tomorrow we have more complex, more deep dive content, more advanced program with 4 blocks and 4 Q&A sessions, 7 hours of hard working sessions straight. And you have a chance to buy a ticket. Do you have a chance to still jump in and get all the insights we prepared for senior track and to watch all the performances? You have a chance to use promo code live and get a 15% discount off. I will be happy to see everyone there.
Yeah, I just wrote in the chat. Can you hear me well, Sia?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I just put in the chat. I'm in Nice in France, and guys, as always, our holy tradition in Geekle, just let us know where you're now, what city, what country, what time is it sunny or rainy or something? Just let us know you're alive, you're there, because we as an organizer and our speakers, we actually always in front of our monitors, and we want to feel you, we want to know you're out there because we're working for you. So yeah, let us know, just say hello, what you expect from this day, anything, just let us know you're alive. And yes, Tia, thank you for putting together all these great talks. And let me read the tomorrow's talks. It's gonna be more deep content, as Sia mentioned. It's solid start, the shape of frameworks to come. So it's probably new overview of frameworks, I guess. Dependency management across multiple projects. So you see, it's more deep content, right? The great Node.js evolution revolution is here from my friend Luca Morashi, and integrating AI and browser API voice recognition on web application. That's cool. Front-end security, yeah, from attacks to prevention. Super cool. Different styling solutions available for React developers. Styling solutions, cool. From paper to productions, yes, AI tool, of course. Demystifying the ECMAScript specifications. Yeah, I assume it's gonna be an interesting talk one. Bringing machine learning to browser using TensorFlow, and the next one is Window AI, something interesting from Google Chrome AI committee or something. So yeah, and please use the promo code for 15% discount, and yeah, you still have chance to get on this track tomorrow. So yep, yeah, what's next?
I would like just to mention, so for those who have a full access ticket, who bought yourself access to Senior Day, you will receive a certificate by mail after the live stream as that you attended the conference, and also you will have access to individual recordings of all the speakers' presentations by the end of the week. And one more time, I would like to remind you that all the speakers will be present live during the Q&A sessions today. So please stay active. I know the chat is a great place for networking, for sharing your experience, discussing some points, but don't forget that we're also waiting for your questions. They bring up wonderful discussions and give us more insight. So you will have the most value of the conference you can.
Right, thank you. And I see our friend for a long time, Roberto Bianchi, on our backstage. But Roberto, just few minutes more. I want to read the chat. Of course, I was first. Hi all, good morning. Yeah, I see some LinkedIn links, guys. Do not hesitate. I will connect all of you, and probably I'll hope you will connect me back. So yeah, share your LinkedIn or other socials in this chat, because this is the place for networking. So what we got here is Nice fans, it was me, yeah, Nigeria. Hello from Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Utah is 4 a.m. Oh my God, I'm so touched. 4 a.m. Jesus Christ. Cherkasy, Ukraine. Again, Ukraine. Irpin is here. So much, so many people from Ukraine and Tunisia. 11 a.m. Cool. Philadelphia, guys, it's really early there. I'm so impressed. Ahmedabad is 3 p.m. Almost 4. Nice. Georgia, hello from sunny Athens, Greece. London, Northern Italy, 12 a.m. Odessa, Ukraine. Slava Ukraine again. Pune, India. Wow, from all around the world, from east to west, I mean, from south to the north. Thank you very much for being active in our chat, and I'm so happy we have friends. I see some faces, not faces, nicknames for like a long time, and sometimes even those who are from like early 2020 or something, like for almost 4 years with us. Thank you very much for being with us. I don't know, should we say, yeah, upcoming events? Okay. UI UX Global Summit. Guys, if you are into this UX part, because lots of front end developers are actually using Figma and planning UX, please do join. It's going to be on October 8th and 9th. Yeah, if you are really deep into UI UX, also use live for 15% discount. And yeah, this event will be really interesting because people are already getting experience with designing AI tools or implementing some AI features into UX, and it's super interesting as for me. Also, Vue.js Global Summit, October 15 and 16. DevOps Global Summit, of course, November 5th and 6th. Worldwide Software Architecture Summit. I can't wait for this summit because so many changes in this last 6 months, and yeah, I have great expectations for that. So if you are middle plus, you're gonna love to be there. And last is QA Global Summit. If you know someone from testing side, let them know about this awesome event. Also, lots of AI stuff happens in QA. Oh, I can't hold this stage anymore because it's time of content. It's time of my friend Roberto Bianchi. I want him at the stage. Hello, Roberto. How are you?
Hi, thanks for the welcome. Yeah, I'm great. What about you guys?
Yeah, super excited. Yeah. See, yeah, probably the stage is yours. I will leave you guys to do your magic, if you don't mind, because we're running out of time.
Of course, thank you for the introduction.
Love you guys. See you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you.
So yes, we start with our first speaker, Roberto Bianchi, who is a well-trusted friend of our community, senior software engineer from Spendesk, and he's presenting on topic I'd really liked, get out of memory issues. So tell us some, spoiler. What should we expect from your presentation?
Yeah, so during the presentations, we will do a live demo, which will be, I hope, interesting for developers, where we actually gonna understand the root cause of an out-of-memory issue, fix it, and analyzing the results again. And of course, we will also talk about other issues that can happen while handling out-of-memory problems. So yeah, hope it will be interesting.
I'm sure it will be interesting. So I'm adding your slide screen to the stage, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Sia. So yeah, again, I'm Roberto, very happy to be here at this JavaScript Global Summit. I work for Spendesk, which is a fintech European company, working both at scalability issues and solutions and the public API project. And today, as I mentioned before, we will deep dive into the out-of-memory issues, which can be quite painful and daunting to handle with. But we will see how we can take a nice approach that will help us to avoid these kind of problems. So let's start. And let's start by telling a very short story so that we can better understand and grasp the problem. So imagine one day at work. Maybe you don't need to imagine because it actually happened, and maybe it happened multiple times, at least for me. So yeah, you receive an alert on some kind of monitoring tools, or you're looking at logs or whatever, and you see this message log from the JavaScript engine, from the V8 engine, where you see some data from the GC, which is the garbage collector of JavaScript, and then the error that probably nobody wants to see when working on JavaScript, which is JavaScript heap out of memory. And this is actually what we will talk about today. So, what are some issues related to this problem? First of all, it's complex to debug because if you don't use the right tools, it will be very complex to understand what's happening, what's the root cause, what's causing this memory leak problem. There will be also infrastructure cost issues because the easy fix, let's say, is to just increase the memory. But at some point, this will no longer work because you cannot increase the memory of your service infinitely. Plus, it will cost you way more money. So handling your server, if you have a memory leak, will definitely cost your infrastructure way more. Another point is system instability, because if you have a memory leak and from time to time JavaScript goes out of memory, well, the system will not be stable, so it can crash from one moment to the other one, which leads to unhappy customer. Because of course, if I am a customer using this project, this app, and suddenly the app crashes because of a memory issue, well, it's not a very good customer experience journey. So let's try to understand what we can do to first get a better overview of the problem and then find some potential fixes for it. Let's do a step back. So let's go again a little bit back to understand how JavaScript handles memory. And well, when we talk about memory allocation in JavaScript, it's also similar in other languages, but let's focus on JavaScript. We have basically two main memory allocation blocks, let's say. One is the stack memory allocation, where static data like strings, numbers, objects, references to objects, so a pointer to the address of an object, Boolean. So fixed data and fixed amount of memory are stored. On the other side, we also have the heap memory allocation for dynamic data. For instance, when we need to create an object, an array, which is inherited from an object, JavaScript doesn't know what will be the full length of this variable because it can increase and decrease over time. Let's thinking about an array. We can push and pop elements from an array during our runtime. So JavaScript, considering it cannot allocate a fixed amount of memory, it will store it in the heap. And that's why the heap memory allocation is dynamic, and it can grow, and it can also be reduced over time. This is where we will focus today, especially because if you remember the message we've seen in the previous slides, we were talking about JavaScript heap out of memory. So it was the heap memory allocation that went out of memory. If we do another step back in, let's say, the father of our modern programming languages, in C, well, in C, you can directly handle your dynamic memory allocation. You can do that using mainly the memory or malloc, which stands for memory allocation method, which basically requires you the amount of bytes that you need to allocate in a continuous stack of memory. And well, it returns to you the memory address of this dynamic memory you allocated. Then it's up to you as a developer, as a C developer, to clean it up by calling the free method. So you pass free, you pass the pointer to the memory address of the memory allocation you allocated before, and then it's up to you to call this method to do the cleanup. And how does it work in JavaScript? So in C, we had to clean it up manually, so to manually handle the memory allocation. Well, as probably most of us knows, JavaScript is way more high level compared to other languages like C, which means that something like clean up memory or this other kind of stuff are handled by the JavaScript garbage collector. So the memory management, so cleaning up memory after, for instance, a variable is no longer referenced in the code, is handled automatically by the garbage collected engine in JavaScript. So should I just sit and relax? Well, considering also that we can have the errors mentioned in the initial slides, nope, because there are still ways to create memory leaks in JavaScript. It's harder, let's say, compared to other languages. Well, this is completely up to you, so it's very easy to do mistakes and to allocate too much memory in your application. But still, even using JavaScript, even though we have a garbage collector, we can still create memory leak issues. So we should be mindful of that. And that's why we will analyze a few examples of how can we create a memory leak in JavaScript. The first example is about event listener. So if we create an event listener, like in the code shared in this slide, and then once we no longer need it, we do not remove the listener. If we have too many listeners, we will start to consume too much memory because JavaScript will not be able to clean up the memory occupied by these event listeners. So that's a first example. Another one is circular references. So imagine that I have an object, the reference to another object, like in this example. JavaScript will never be able to remove or to run the garbage collector over those objects because they are always pointing to something in the code. So if you really need this specific scenario, if you really need to reference an object from another one, consider using something else like weakref, which is created in mind so that the garbage collector of JavaScript can eventually remove and clean it up from memory. Another example, this is probably more simple to evaluate, is when you keep a connection open or you open a file and you don't close the connection to the file. Like in this example, this very basic example, we are connecting to a Postgres database. We do a query, and then we do not do the disconnection. So to avoid, again, to occupying too much memory that JavaScript cannot clean up with the garbage collector, we should disconnect from the database client, like in this case. And same thing, if you open a file, you should disconnect from the connection handler of the file. Another example is timers or intervals. So whenever we are using timers, the code and the variable references inside the timer or the interval cannot be garbage collected by JavaScript. So we should keep that in mind. And once we no longer need the interval or timer in our code, we should remove it. In this example, we should call at some point the clear interval method. This will allow to clean up the memory occupied by this specific piece of code. And the final one probably is the easier to do mistake with. It's the it's reference to variables that continuously to grow up. They grow up, and we never clean up such data. In this example, we see that the data is an object. We have a function that stores to an ID property that I can dynamically pass. I can store an array full of some strings. So basically, every time I pass a new ID, more data will be stored inside this object. And the problem is that unless I clean the data, like I do something like that, this variable will continuously grow up more and more. And the problem is that at some point, I will have the error that I shared before. So JavaScript will be out of memory. So what's the solution? Well, bad news, there is no silver bullet for it, because depending on the root cause, there can be multiple solutions to it. We just seen a few examples, but there can be way more problems when you have a memory leak, and there can be way more solutions to the one we mentioned. The 5 examples we've seen before were just very basic. In your application, maybe you have a lot of code, you have dependencies, and maybe you have a library that is causing a memory issue. So really, there is no silver bullet, but at least we have the tools that can help us to identify what's the root cause, and then it will be easier for us to fix it. So this is exactly the approach that we will use. Basically, we will put our app under stress. And the reason is that on normal circumstances, it's harder to detect a memory leak, because with normal usage, maybe you don't see your memory growing up indefinitely. So we will simulate an app that is under stress, under a traffic load. We will have a look at the activity monitor, and especially the memory consumption. We will do a heap profiling, and then we will analyze the data. This will help us to understand what's going on and what's the root cause. And about the tools that we will use, those are open source. One is AutoCannon from Matteo Collina. This is basically a tool that allows you to run a lot of requests and then to analyze the results. Then we will use the inspect option from Node.js. And finally, a library called 0x. Again, an open source library you can find on GitHub. And we will do all of that in a live demo. So it's demo time. And by the way, you can also have a look at this repository. It's under my username, which is Rosilla, and it's called demo OOM, like out of memory. You will also find README with some instructions about it. So feel free to download, to clone it, and to have a look to try it out on your local machine. So let's open the IDE, and let's start with these the steps mentioned in the README. So trust me, this app has a memory leak problem. The goal is to identify it. So first of all, let's start from the basic, and we can start the application with the start command. And at the same time, we will start the activity monitor. In this case, it's for the Mac, but you can use whatever activity monitor you have in your operating system, and then identifying the Node.js process that you have up and running. As you can see, my app is now consuming around 21 megabytes, and I can run some HTTP call. It should grow up just a little bit. Now it's quite stable. Okay. I can run also some other HTTP calls for other endpoints. Yeah, it's growing up, but very little bit. Okay, so as we said before, under normal circumstances, it's very hard to spot a memory leak. So what do we need to do? We will basically run the stress test. So we will run autoload that will send thousands of requests against our app. And first of all, we will analyze the memory consumption. So here, we're interested to see if the memory consumption goes exponentially up. So by running the stress command, we should see, yeah, we can see a spike in memory. So memory went up to almost 700 megabytes. The other process we have seen so far was the autocannon one, so the stress command that I just run. And yeah, so this means we have a memory leak problem. Okay, now how can we identify it? So let's follow again the steps mentioned in this README I created. So first of all, let's run the inspect command, which will basically start the Node.js process with the inspect option. This can allow us to identify more easily problems because we can inspect the traffic, the memory consumption, the heap memory consumption of our app. So let's go here on this tab. It's also referenced in the source code in the README. I can see that now I can inspect this file. In fact, it's coming from GitHub and it's called demo OM. So this is the file I wanna debug. Let's click on inspect and let's start to analyze the memory consumption and the heap profiling of it. Now let's run the stress command again. Okay, done. Now we can stop it. And here the result. That's really interesting because we can see that we have other methods, but this is ordered by the function that is using more memory in our process. We can see that this total list function from utils consumed more than 400 megabytes. We can even click here. And yeah, this seems to be the root cause of our issue. Let's try to analyze the code a little bit. We can also open it from VS Code. So utils. What utils does is basically getting a size. It will start to push values to an array, which is here. So it's out of the scope of the function. So this array is never cleaned up, and we will continuously pushing more and more and more data to it. So the array will grow indefinitely. It's similar to the slide and the example 5 we have seen before. So basically, the problem is that we have a variable that continuously to grow up, and we never do a cleanup. So yeah, by doing that, by using the right tool, we identified very easily what was the root cause. We can also use another tool that more generically can help us to detect bottlenecks also when using the CPU or if we are blocking the Node.js event loop. So basically, this tool is not specifically tied for the analyzing heap out of memory issues, but it's still worth it to consider it. So let's also use this tool and analyze what are the results. Let's do some cleanup. So first of all, I will start profiling. So the app started to run the profiling process. And now you can run the stress test over it. I can close it, can close the profiler. And this has been created. So this flame graph. As you can see, in hot, we have the color identification for specific call stacks that occupied too much time in percentage compared to other processes running in our Node.js script. And again, as we can see here, the hottest, let's say, call stack in our Node.js process has been, again, the total list from the utils function. So this tool, again, it's really good. And this is based, by the way, on the 0x GitHub open source project. So feel free to check it out. And you can find the commands again on my demo GitHub project. But again, you can see that very easily it was able to spot that we spent too much time on this function. So this is also a great tool to analyze performance bottlenecks. So again, to recap, we have seen that this function is causing us an issue. What's the goal of this function, by the way? So let's run again our code. And if we call, the function is called list. So we have this endpoint, which is a list. Let's have a look. And this endpoint is calling total list, which is causing the issue. And basically, the goal here is to just keep track of result and keep adding values to it. So if I add something like that, results will be the sum of previous value and the new value. So let's do the change and avoid the memory leak. Very simple fix. We just keep a variable that we return in. So we no longer have an array that and we can see that it now works. So it works as before. Now let's see if we really have completely fixed the memory issue. Let's stop the process. And let's do again what we did before. So if we go back to the README, we can see that we can run the inspect command. Let's go back here and start again the heap profiling. And here we can run the stress test. Okay, let's stop it. That's way better. Our function, our custom function, is no longer there. Previously, we had one function, the total list one, that was using 400 megabytes. And now we have this function using around 300 kilobytes, which is way better. So, and this is also a node internal, so it's completely fine, especially because we are dealing with thousands of requests. So it's normal that we spend some time and some memory in a Node.js process, but we actually fix the issue. So we no longer use a huge amount of memory. And same, again, if we stop it and we start again the process, we look at the activity monitor. We are around it 30 megabytes used. If I run the stress test again, memory consumption shouldn't go too much up. So previously we had around 600, 700 megabytes used. Now we are around 30 megabytes. Again, we can see that we fixed the issue. And same if we analyze again the results with the 0x open source tool that can very easily allow us to spot also problems related not only to memory but to CPU consumption and Node.js event loop, etc. So if we start the profiler again and we run again the stress test, we will see different results. So we stop it. New browser tab will be opened soon. Yes. And as you can see, now we no longer have thing colored in pink, which means that Node.js spent a lot of time on those processes, as we had before here. And so, yeah, we can actually confirm that even under a traffic load, our app now behaves properly and no longer have a memory heap issue. So yeah, let's go back to our presentation. And to recap, do yourself a favor. What does it mean? Well, debugging things like memory heap issues in JavaScript, it's not easy, especially if you are handling a very large code base, if you have a lot of dependencies, because in this case, the problem was inside some code that I wrote, but it can be related to, for instance, a dependency that I'm calling that maybe it's a third-party dependency that I don't even know how it's used, because maybe it's used by another dependency that I have. So in some cases, it's extremely hard to spot the problem unless you're using the right tools. And to recap, what are the right tools? Well, first of all, you should put your app under stress so that you can see how it behaves when there is a traffic peak and when it's used more than normal. Then you should use the inspect option in Node.js so that you can very easily debug things like heap profiling. And then you also have other tools at your disposal that can more broadly help you to find performance and issues like on the CPU and other things like 0x. So thank you so much for being here. By the way, I will be available soon for the QA session. If you have any question, I will be super happy to answer you. And by the way, I will be very happy to connect with you if you're interested. I'm more active in GitHub, of course. So on GitHub, if you follow me, you can find my projects and the open source project I contribute to. And then I'm also active in LinkedIn, a little bit less on Twitter, or now X. So yeah, feel free to connect with me and see you later at the QA session. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto, for a wonderful presentation. See you at the Q&A session. Yes.
Thank you. See ya. Bye.
Bye-bye. And let's move to the next presentation by our another speaker, Roman Shmehelski, who is software engineering manager at Hitachi Vantara. He will tell us about a really important topic which leads to the career growth, which is so in handy for future engineers. So welcome to our next talk, the Engineer's Guide to Business Mastery, Thinking Beyond the Blueprint. Welcome to the stage, Roman.
Hi everyone. Welcome at JavaScript Global Summit 24. I hope you're having a great time so far. My name is Roman Shmehelski, and today I'll talk about business acumen and why it's so important for software engineers. To set up the scene of our conversation today, imagine you're at your desk. It's a regular Monday, you already checked all of your emails, scrolled LinkedIn, and now you have some free time, so you open the Jira to figure out what you should do next. There are two tasks in your backlog. The first task, technologically challenging one. It's complex, it involves cutting-edge technology, and it will require you to push your skills to the limit. For the sake of this experiment, let's call this task Create Your Own LLM. This kind of task that gets you excited as an engineer, because it's an opportunity to solve a difficult problem. However, this task will only impact the small portion of advanced users who might appreciate the value of what you're building. The second task, by contrast, is much simpler. It's a bit boring, to be honest. It involves streamlining few processes and improving the user experience for the basic function, but nearly all of your customers use it daily. So basically saying moving buttons in UI happened with all of us. It doesn't involve anything groundbreaking from a technical standpoint, but it will make your product significantly easier and more enjoyable to use for the majority of your customers. And also, for the sake of experiment, let's state that this task would take you exactly the same time to finish. You know you can do both and you need to push back in one. Now ask yourself, which task would you pick and why? When answering this question, a lot of developers will think about technological advancement of the project each task could bring, or perhaps knowledge they could gain. So in simple words, they will use their hard skills to assess the situation. But in today's world, the hard skills are simply not enough. And let me elaborate on this. Throughout my career, I met many software engineers. And let me tell you, most of them are exceptionally bright individuals. I try to stay in touch with most of them and follow their career closely. There is one engineer in particular who comes to mind. This person could easily spend hours debating the merits of React versus Angular, or maybe discuss intricate methods to optimize database storage, or diving into the finest details of JavaScript interpretation. So like mega brain. Honestly, being in the same room with him sometimes made me feel like out of my depth. His ability to craft elegant solutions to complex problems was so remarkable that I Found myself putting out other tasks just to review his code and trying to learn something new for him. But as years went by, and despite his impressive technical achievements, promotion seems to pass him by. And he wasn't alone. I've encountered many brilliant engineers who, despite their technical expertise, struggle to gain recognition and move up in the career ladder. And even if you decide to explore opportunities elsewhere, it's not a secret that today's job market is highly competitive. Every job posting attracts hundreds of applicants and dozens of interviews. And these engineers were all technical experts, but in today's environment, that's simply not enough. You need to stand out. And to stand out, whether you're seeking a promotion or looking for a new job, you need more than just a technical excellence. You need the soft skills and you need a business acumen. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. How leveraging business insights can be your key to standing out in this crowded field. But who am I to speak on this subject, right? Well, nearly a decade ago, I first began my journey as a JavaScript engineer. Over these years, I had an opportunity to work in the wide range of environments, from small startups to corporations, from product-based companies to outsourcing service companies, and each of these experiences have shaped my perspective. And recently, 2 years ago, I was promoted to software engineering manager, so I've seen things from both a managerial perspective as well from individual contributor. And this gives me a good perspective how business acumen plays a crucial role in our careers. All right, before we dive back into the soft skills, let's briefly review the key actors in our projects. In any project, there are multiple parties whose opinion shapes the outcome. Each of these groups bring unique perspective to the table, and their input is crucial at different stages of the project. But when it comes to making decisions, whose opinion really matters the most? The truth is, all of these opinions matter, but not equally and not at every stage. When making decisions, it's important to prioritize these voices based on the context. First and foremost, we have customers. They are the ones who ultimately bring the revenue, so their needs and feedback are critical. Business leaders are also key players. They are the ones who took the risk, created the business, and set the overall direction. Without their vision and leadership, there wouldn't be no project to work on, right? Project managers comes next because they act as a voice of the customers within our teams, translating customers' needs into actionable tasks. And finally, we have tech teams, including software engineers, quality assurance engineers, DevOps, and other technical folks. While our technical expertise is essential in bringing the project to life, it's important to remember that our decision should align with the overarching business goals and customers' needs. In summary, while it might be tempting to focus solely on technical side, by aligning our decisions with priorities of business leaders and project managers, could ensure that our work not only solves technical challenges, but also drives the business forward and meets our customers' expectations. Now, let's talk about how our skills are perceived in this context. Most of our managers and business leaders, they don't come from technical backgrounds, it's not a secret. To them, your hard skills and your ability to code and develop features are like binary switch. You either can deliver a feature in time, or you simply can't. Once you demonstrated a certain level of technical proficiency, others may see you as capable of getting the job done. However, due to the lack of understanding of the complexity of the work, they might not fully appreciate the excellence in certain skills. On the other hand, soft skills are more like float for them. They exist on spectrum and they can be easily assessed by non-technical people. Your ability to communicate effectively, collaborate with others, and think critically are all visible and measurable. This is why once you reach a certain level of your coding abilities, investing some time into the soft skills became crucial. These are the skills that will set you apart and make your work visible and appreciated by everyone and not only technical folks. And this helps you to advance in your career too, when technical excellence alone is no longer enough. This brings us to the concept of business acumen. So what is this business acumen? I would define it as a combination of several soft skills applied to the right context. And what skills are we talking about? Think about what is essential for starting and running a successful business. Problem solving. Every business is founded on the need to solve a specific problems. And communication. To be successful, you need to be able to deliver your ideas and solutions effectively. Critical thinking. So understanding the core problem you are trying to solve is also essential. And even if you have all of these three problem solving, communication, and critical thinking abilities, you need to act. You need to do something. So, leadership and proactivity, you need to take action and drive initiative to achieve the success. These same principles apply directly to software engineering. If you think about each feature you work on as a small business, you would see that problem solving, communication, critical thinking, and leadership are just as crucial in our field too. Having business acumen in software development means more than just writing a good code. It means understanding stakeholder needs, making decisions that aren't just technologically sound, but also strategically smart, and anticipating the effect of your work. It's the ability to see beyond the immediate technical challenge and grasp the broader implications to the business. This is what distinguishes good engineers from the great ones, those who not only solve problems, but do it in the ways that drive business forward. You might be thinking, this all sounds super complicated, boring, and I just want to write some software without getting caught up in the politics. But let's break down what business mastery really means in practical terms, and you will see it's not so hard. At its core, business is all about earning money. Even non-profit organizations need to generate income, not for profit, but to fund their operations and achieve their goals. And to do so, business owners employ us. That's the sad capitalist reality. The main reason we have jobs is not to experiment with the new frameworks, play with cutting-edge technology, but to contribute to the financial success of our organizations. And how software companies can make money. In software, making money means attracting and retaining more clients. As simple as this. More clients, more money. To achieve this, a few things are crucial, right? Understanding clients' needs. And you need to know what your clients want, and you need to figure it out fast. It involves listening to their feedback, analyzing market trends, and anticipating their future needs. Solving clients' problems. Once you understand what the client's needs are, the next step is to solve their problems, and again, speed is of the essence. The faster you can provide a solution, the more competitive you become. And finally, iterating. It's not enough to just release a solution and call it a day. You need to continuously iterate, refine, improve, and adapt the software to changing clients' needs and market conditions. You need to do it fast to stay ahead of the competition. This cycle of understanding, solving, iterating at the speed is the essence of how software companies succeed in a marketplace. Now you might wonder, what about business analysts, product owners, and project managers? Isn't this their job? And you would be right. These roles are specifically designed to focus on understanding business needs and translating them into actionable tasks. They spend years learning and mastering these skills. Your job isn't to replace them, but to act as a bridge between their strategic vision and technical execution. Here's where your technical expertise becomes invaluable. While business analysts and product owners excel at identifying what needs to be done, they often lack of technical knowledge to understand the best way how to achieve it. For example, have you ever been in a situation when the project manager tells you that change is small because a similar change was already made in another project, but you realize that in reality it's not that simple and it might require significant architectural changes? This is a perfect example of where your technical knowledge comes into play. By understanding both the business goals and the technical constraints, you can propose a better solution that meets the business needs while also being efficient and feasible from a technical standpoint. This is a win-win situation. You are helping the business achieve its goals, while you're also ensuring the technical implementation is sound and sustainable. This is what business acumen looks like in the practice for software engineer, leveraging your unique position to connect the dots between business strategy and technical execution. Let's talk about the ways how you can develop business acumen skills. The first step in mastering business acumen is to truly understand the industry your company operates in. This means more than just knowing your technical details. You need to learn the language of your industry, the specific terminology that commonly used. Understanding this glossary will help you grasp the requirements more effectively and communicate more fluently with non-technical colleagues. Additionally, take the time to learn about key aspects and regulations that apply to your industry. Every industry has its own set of rules and standards that can significantly impact how the business is done. By familiarizing yourself with this, you not only improve your understanding of why certain decisions are made, but also increase the value as someone who can foresee potential challenges and opportunities. One practical approach is to read industry articles regularly, or even take a course related to your field. Whether it's through online platforms, industry publication, or professional development courses, expanding your knowledge beyond just software will make you a more rounded and insightful contributor. Next, it's crucial to understand the internal structure of your company and, more importantly, how it makes money. This might seem straightforward, but it can be more complex than it appears. For instance, the revenue model might not be immediately obvious, especially in larger organizations or those with diverse product lines. Start by learning who your customers are. Are they individual consumers, other businesses, or perhaps government entities? Then dive deeper into understanding how your company earns revenue. This could involve subscription models, direct sales, partnership, and other streams. Gather this information and engage with different departments within your company, such as leadership, project management, and sales. These teams are often more than happy to share insights on how the business operates because they know that when the tech team understands the business model, everyone benefits. One of the simplest yet most effective ways to develop business acumen is by listening proactively, especially during the company town halls and other broad meetings. These sessions often cover strategic goals, company performance, and future plans. Essential insights for everyone looking to understand the business better. Instead of having these meetings on the background as usual, make a point to actively listen. Take notes, ask follow-up questions if opportunity arises, and reflect on how information shared might impact your work. You'll find that many of the answers to your questions can be found in these discussions, providing you with a clear sense of direction and purpose of your role. When the new features are handed over to you, don't be afraid to ask why. Instantly, it might feel a bit awkward, like you questioning others' work, but it's a powerful habit to develop. By asking why each feature is implemented, you start by understanding the reasoning behind it. What problem is it solving, and why it's important now? Over time, you will begin to see the bigger picture without even needing to ask. You will develop an instinct for understanding the motivation behind feature requests, which allow you to align the technical solutions more closely with the business objectives. This understanding transforms your role from a simply executing task to contributing strategically. As you start connecting the dots between motivation and proposed solutions, you might come up with even better ideas. Perhaps technically superior solution or a faster approach, or perhaps something that achieves both. I have to admit, as someone who is a little bit lazy, there is nothing more satisfying than taking a long, boring tasks and proposing a minor updates to the existing project that solve the problems just as well, if not better. And when everyone agrees with your proposal, it's a win-win situation. Don't hesitate to share your ideas. This is your opportunity to demonstrate your expertise and show how deeply you understand both the technical and business side of the equation. Even if your idea doesn't get picked up, expressing it is far better than staying quiet. It shows that you are thinking critically about how to improve the business, which is exactly what business acumen is about. And finally, one of the best ways to accelerate your development in business acumen is to find a mentor. But don't limit yourself to just the technical side. Seek out a mentor from a non-technical department or even somebody outside of your company. A mentor with a different perspective can provide invaluable insights into how business decisions are made, how to communicate more effectively with non-technical colleagues, or how to position yourself as a key contributor to the company's success. The relationship can open up new ways of thinking and help you bridge the gap between technical expertise and a business strategy, making you the more well-rounded and impactful professional. So let's summarize real quick. To master business acumen, you need to learn industry of your company, learn where the money comes from, listen proactively, ask why for everything, propose your solutions, and finally find the mentor. At its core, business acumen is ability to understand the needs of others and deliver solutions that addresses those needs. It may take some time until you start seeing such needs of different parties, but here are some shortcuts for you. Startups. What's important on startups? In startup, the focus is often on speed, innovation, and adaptability. Startups need to move quickly, get products to market fast, and be willing to pivot based on the customer feedback and market shifts. The need here is agility, solutions that can be implemented rapidly, often with limited resources to test ideas and iterate based on what works. Tech debt here is not only norm but necessity that allows the startup move quickly. Big companies. Big companies prioritize stability, scalability, and optimization. Their focus is on maintaining what they already built and carefully expanding and optimizing. Here the need is often for robust, well-tested solutions that can handle large-scale operations without disruptions. When working in or with big companies, the emphasis should be on creating reliable, efficient systems that align with existing processes and can support future growth. Product companies focus on building and maintaining their own products. Their goal is to create value through innovation, user experience, and long-term customer satisfaction. The need here is often for the deep expertise in the product domain and strong focus on quality and user feedback. When you work in this product company, focus on understanding the product lifecycle, user needs, and long-term vision is important. Outsourcing companies, on the other hand, provide services to other businesses and often working on projects for a variety of clients. Their primary need is efficiency and delivery, completing project on time, within budget, and to the client specifications. The emphasis on meeting clients' expectations and managing resources effectively to maximize profit margins. With outsourcing firms, the priority is delivering high-quality work efficiently and managing client relationship carefully. Now let's talk about some roles in our project. Project managers. They are tasked with converting customer needs into actionable requirements, and that could be done with allocating the smallest possible resources and time. As an engineer, one of your best ways how can you support PM is by helping to find the most efficient path to the solution. This means identifying ways to achieve the desired outcome with the smallest possible resource allocation and within the shortest time frame. It's about finding the sweet spot where you meet the customer needs without creating unnecessary complexity or burden on the team. Business leaders focus on driving the strategic company vision, ensuring profitability, and fostering long-term growth. They make high-level decisions that align with company goals, manage risks, and allocate resources to maximize returns. As an engineer, you can support business leadership by aligning your work with these strategic objectives. This means understanding the company goals, ensuring your technical decisions help achieve them effectively. Focus on delivering solutions that meet both immediate needs and long-term business goals, always keeping an eye on how work contributes to the broader success of the company. Now let's talk what benefits you can get once you master your business acumen. Mastering business acumen directly contributes to your company's success. When you understand how to align your work with business goals, you'll help increase overall performance. This boost in performance could lead to more revenue for the company, which often translates into bigger salaries and bonuses for employees. In short, when the company wins, so do you. Next, when you focus solely on coding, your impact might only be recognized within the tech department. But when you're proactive and engage with PMs, leadership, and even sales teams sometimes, you start to building the broader network of your advocates. These connections can significantly boost your credibility, even in areas within your primary expertise, like technology. This positive visibility can lead to more opportunities for promotions and make you more valuable assets to the company, improving your both retention and advancement prospects. It's hard to overestimate how it boosts your confidence. Understanding business acumen also gives you an edge in job interviews. Most behavioral and cultural fit interviews are really about assessing how well you match the business needs of the company you're applying to. By understanding these needs, you can present your achievements as a solution that directly addresses their challenges. This not only increases your chances of landing the job, but also helps you to determine if the role is a good fit for you. Developing business mastery in your current role offers you to a risk-free way to practice running a business. You get to learn ins and outs of business operations, strategy, and decision making without the personal financial risks. This experience is invaluable if you ever decide to start your own business down the road. Now let's get back to the story we started with. You were faced with the two choices. Tackle the technologically challenging task that excites you, but only benefit a small group of advanced users, or focus on a more simpler task, less glamorous, that would improve the experience for majority of your customers. And the answer here lies in the understanding the broader impact of your work. While the complex task might be more personally fulfilling, the simpler task aligns more closely with business goals, enhancing the user experience for most of their customers, and driving greater satisfaction and ultimately contributing to the company's success. The lesson here is clear. Sometimes the best choice isn't the most technically exciting one, but the one that drives the most value to the business and its users. As we wrap up, remember that mastering business acumen is about making decisions that align with the bigger picture. It's not just about technical skill. It's about understanding the impact of your work and the company's success. To develop this mindset, start by learning more about your industry, understanding your company structure and goals, and being proactively in finding the most efficient solutions. Engage with other departments, ask why for each task, and think about how your contribution can drive the business forward. I would love to continue this conversation and support you in developing your business acumen. I would be glad to answer all of your questions in the following Q&A session. Also, feel free to connect with me in LinkedIn if you're interested in learning more about business acumen for engineers. Thank you for your time today. Let's keep pushing forward, both technologically and strategically, to create a real impact of our work. And have a nice conference, everyone.
Of course, I was on mute. Thank you, Roman, for the presentation. It was super interesting. And yeah, let's move into Q&A session. Roman and Roberto joined us live, which I greatly appreciate. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Great, thank you for joining. And yeah, long story short, let's start the Q&A session. So first of all, it's one query from the chat. Presentation was great, Roberto. At the end, the screen frozen. So maybe you have links I can drop to the chat right now so audience can keep up, and the recording will be available at the end of the week.
Yeah, so I just shared in our internet chat. I don't know, Sia, if you can also share it with the community. There's the link to the open source project. What I can probably do is to also do a short recording later on of the various steps I've done during the demo, so that it will be available as a, I don't know, YouTube link, or I will figure it out in the open source project. So feel free to refer to the project to watch it in GitHub. I will add the recording later on, because it was done live, so I had no recording at the moment, so I will do that later. Sorry for the freeze, but yeah, I don't know why it happened.
It happens, no worries. So let's move to questions. First question for Roberto. How dependable are open source tools for finding and fixing memory leaks in live apps?
So I don't know what do we refer to for dependable in this case. In general, I would say open source tools are really useful because you can actually look at the code, see what's going on when you call it. And personally, especially in the projects I worked on during my experience, I find the tools that I shared with the community very useful because they quite quickly allow you to find root causes for memory leaks. For sure, there will be closed software paid tools that probably are doing a better job, but usually I try to see if there are open source tools, because I also have maybe the opportunity to also do my contributions. Since I'm an open source fan, I'm also a contributor to other projects, like also to Fastify, for instance. And so I usually try to use open source tools, and unless I don't find anything, I use something else. But I would say that for most cases, they are great tools. And for a live app, if in the question they mean a production running app and you want to debug it on the go, for instance, monitoring tools like Datadog allow you to add traces and to see like how much time do you spend calling the database or doing an internal call. So you can also use this kind of paid tools for doing the job. But to do a local test and to see if a change is affecting or not in a good shape the results of your code, I would strongly suggest to use open source tools, especially when you do local development. Yes.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Next question is rather common for Roman. One of our participants shared his opinion, so I would like to hear your comment on it. So there is other side. When you get laid off, years of moving buttons experience won't get you much of advantage. Having a unique LLM implementation experience would serve you better. What do you think?
That's a great comment, actually. But in this example, rather, this was very hyperbolized just to show two different points on the scale, like very, very complex task and very simple task. In reality, they would be much closer. But also in today's life, probably not a lot of engineers doing LLM, and those who actually do, they not getting laid off. But on the other hand, people usually do more simpler, regular tasks every day. And then it's how you present this task, actually. So if you say that, yeah, I moved the buttons, nobody would hire you. But actually, if you say, I'm streamlined the process and it helped to gain customers, and these customers increase the valuation of the company, everyone wants this kind of employee. So it's all about presentation. And my goal today was to show how exactly you can leverage your skills to show the employers, or either current and future, of your value to the company, because it's very competitive. Right now, market is very competitive, and trust me, even if you're doing like very complex tasks, there are many developers who also do the complex task. And to stand out, you need to show actually how this complex task or simple task deliver the value to the company.
Great. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the answer. Let's move to the next question / comment. I think it's for Roberto, but you both are welcome to share your experience, your views. So someone is just curious to know how and when you started coding, plus what were initial projects you make, and how did you step to open source journey?
Oh, that's a very good one. Thank you for asking. So yeah, I started when I was really young, I think around probably 12 years old, just for fun, because I was looking at movies and things, and I was curious to know more about the programming world. And in fact, one of my first projects was about creating a website, so understanding the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and create it, I mean, by hand without using any other tool, to better understand how things are done. And then, yeah, about the open source journey, that's a good question, because sometimes it's not easy to contribute to open source. So I started small. I started, first of all, by using open source tools to better understand them, look at the documentation, trying to understand the code. And then I started by just contributing to the documentation, which is a great way first to learn, but also to improve an open source tools. Because if you have a better documentation, more developers and users will actually use that tool. And then by actually using open source tools on my day-to-day, I find like improvements, new features, bug fixing that I actually needed in the companies I worked for. And so I spent time to investigate those problems or those new features and implemented them. And I would say it's a great process because you can collaborate with really amazing developers in the open source world. You can learn a lot of stuff. So I really encourage people to not be shy. Just try it out. If something needs to be improved, the maintainers of the repo will just say to you. But yeah, it's definitely a nice way to be a better developer and also to give back to the open source community.
Great, thank you. Roman, maybe you have something to share also about your beginning in the career, because we have junior track right now, and I think our audience is super interested how to become an expert in the field.
Sure. So I've started career as a front-end engineer in a small startup back in Ukraine. And it's actually where I started learning how business skills actually are important. And because there wasn't a lot of people to learn the code there, because it was only like 5 developers there. There was a lot of there was very strong founder from business perspective, I mean strong, and his co-founder. And I learned a lot from them, and this actually helped me during my journey. So after this, I switched a little bit and I worked as a full stack engineer in a little bit bigger outsourced company. And after this, I decided to join again the startup because I like the environment more. But fortunately or unfortunately, it was bought by bigger corporation, Hitachi Vantara, where I continue working till this moment. And like recently was promoted to engineering manager. I didn't thought that I would like this, but we didn't expect a lot of things. So I continue working as an engineering manager now. Yep.
Wonderful. Congratulations, by the way. And the next question is for you, actually. What books do you recommend for software engineers who want to master business acumen?
Sure, yeah. I mean, as I mentioned in the presentation, so business acumen is not like one skill, it's a set of different skills. It's like sales, negotiating, communication. So the number one option would be practice. So I would suggest like dedicate a lot of efforts into like real communication with the stakeholders, with the practice. So learning business acumen skill in financial sector would be different from law sector. You need to know the industry you're working on. But if we talk about like smaller parts of business acumen, I would suggest the books that I personally read recently. So I would say Never Split the Difference. It's a nice book about negotiating and how to communicate effectively with people from ex-FBI negotiator. So he shares practical tools how to talk with people. And also I like the book Psychology of Selling by Brian Tracy. It's a little bit old, but it's very short, precise, and everything is to the point. So the main idea from this book is how to understand what your prospects in his scenario, but in our scenario to be your teammates, your colleagues actually want, and what is their motivation, and how you can help them to get to this motivation. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Let's move to the next question, which is for Roberto. When fixing memory leaks in big projects, how do you figure out which part of the code to check first?
That's exactly the problem. So the problem when you work on a very large code base. So during the demo, of course, to demonstrate it, I created a very small and simple repo. But usually in your real life in a company, you are handling big projects. So it's extremely hard. Usually what I try to do is to see if I have any dependency that I can get rid of, maybe by just creating some small business logic on my side instead of depending on a dependency, because if you have too many dependencies also, it will be very hard to debug things like memory leaks. But apart from that, I really recommend do not try to like find unless you have a real idea in mind of what can cause the issue. Like for instance, you pushed a few changes. After those few changes in your repo, you see that there is a memory leak. So in this case, it's quite easy to understand what's going on. You can just roll back the changes. But if you don't have a clue about what's going on, I really recommend to use tools. I can say that because I spent so much time trying to figure it out by myself. It's extremely hard, but if you use the right tools, it will simplify your life and your job. You will spend way, way less time debugging it. So really try to use the right tools as mentioned during the presentation, and also as you can find on my open source repo. And if not, of course, you can still try to debug things manually, but it will be very, very time consuming and hard.
Thank you. Thank you for the advice. Let's move to the next question, which is for Roman. It's a really specific one. How do you balance business goals when faced with two coding tasks? One that's exciting but benefits a small audience, and the second is simple but impacts a larger group. Basically, what were you talking about? But
Yep. So this example was in vacuum, right? So when you have only you have decision, you don't have anyone to ask or to get advice from. In my opinion, so when I get the two tasks and I would have the full flexibility to decide what to work on, we need to understand what are the company goals at the moment and which task brings you toward these goals and which task brings you in opposite direction, or which task brings you more towards the company goals, and basically go with it. Doesn't matter how complex the task is or how simple it is. If it's simple and moving you toward the company goal, great, let's do this. So everyone benefit from this. If not, then it could be the most complex task, but if it's going into opposite direction from the company goals, it doesn't make sense to spend time on it.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Next question for Roberto. And yes, this one. So what are some coding mistakes that usually cause JavaScript memory errors, especially in larger apps?
Yeah, so some of them are the one mentioned during the presentation. So for instance, you have event listeners, a whole bunch of event listeners that you don't clean up, or you are using timeouts and intervals that reference to variables and you don't clear them out, or you have a connection to a database, or you are opening a file, you don't close those kind of connections. But the easiest one to do is having a variable like an object, an array, something like that can grow exponentially, and you never do a cleanup of this variable. For instance, you have an in-memory cache, but you don't do a cleanup of all the cache data. This is very easy to do, but after some point you realize, well, my app has a memory leak. What's going on? In other cases, a memory leak, like it happened to me quite recently, it was caused by a dependency that we are using. And so in this case, the only way to identify it was, again, by using the right tools. So in some cases, it's maybe not your code causing a memory leak. It's another code that you're using as a third-party dependency. And so that's why using the right tools to debug memory leak issues, it's essential again. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And one more question for Roberto, we just received. So thank you for your talk, of course. In our project, we have a memory issue in Next.js project that runs in an X monorepo. Have you ever faced any issues under this environment?
So I don't use those kind of framework. I'm using Fastify, and one of the reasons is that Fastify is basically a web framework that is really at the core of things. So it's quite basic for developers, and then you can add things on top. And so for this reason, it's easier to identify potential problems. So again, I don't have, as I said during the slides, there is no silver bullet solution for everything. I would suggest, again, try to follow the steps that I've done also during the presentation and that you can find on my repo, demo out of memory. And try to follow those steps and to see if there are any calls, maybe to a Next.js method or to some other dependency that are causing this issue. You will see that probably if you find, for instance, a method that is using too much memory and you try to search on GitHub, probably there will be already open issues about it. And so you can probably find a solution to this. This actually, it's what happened to me some time ago. Like I had an issue with a dependency, and then there was already a GitHub issue opened for this specific thing. And there were a workaround or an identified solution to solve it. So yeah, try those steps and try to figure it out what's the root cause. Once you understand the root cause, it will be easier to fix the memory issue.
Great. Thank you for the advice. Thank you for the answer. One more question for Roman. How do you avoid the risk of overlooking long-term technological advancements while meeting immediate business needs?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a trade-off, right? So the part of soft skills are to explain stakeholders why technological advancement is in their favor and is business need rather than technical one. So if you are, I mean, what I try to regularly oversee if this technological advancement is essential need, like the technical debt, or will cause it, will prevent from creating a large technical debt that in the future will require large amount of resources to fix, and explain this to the stakeholders. And usually they are also like motivated to prevent these kind of things. And again, as I mentioned, not always technological advancements are against business need. So we could have the situation when we have a small startup and it doesn't care about having the profitability now, but it's care about gaining some patent, for example. In that scenario, like moving buttons would be a mistake, and doing something to gain the profitability would be a mistake, and doing something technological, something advanced would be a right thing to do. It's always about priority of your company and then what you do to stick with this priority.
Wonderful. Thank you for the example, for the answer. And we just received 2 more questions for Roberto in real time. Our Q&A really causes some discussions here. So can you think of any scenarios where a memory leak might be intentional or acceptable rather than something that needs to be eliminated?
Yeah, so in some cases, that's why it depends. As I said before, there is no silver bullet because it depends on the goal of your project and of your process to handle memory and to handle memory variables. About the question, so there can be cases or scenarios where you have a big variable and you know that because maybe you are, I don't know, storing or caching some kind of data in your memory. I would say that the problem is not always the amount of memory that a variable can store. Usually the problem is if this variable can grow up indefinitely, especially if this variable can grow up indefinitely after a user does some kind of action, because then a malicious user, an attacker of your website, of your API endpoint, can crash your application. That's the main problem. Because if I understand as an attacker that you have this kind of scenario where I can call in some kind of actions and you grow up your memory, I can very easily put your service down, which is extremely bad. So I wouldn't say the problem is if you're using a lot of memory, because this can happen. Maybe you have a reason why you're using a lot of memory. The problem is, do you have a memory leak? And a memory leak is your app continuously to use more and more and more memory till at some point it will just crash. That's the main problem. So if you have this kind of problem, I would strongly suggest to find the root cause and to eliminate it. If you're just using a lot of memory because your process needs it, because you're doing something very complex, that's good as long as you know it. But yeah, this is my suggestion.
Great. Thank you for the answer. And the more we talk, the more audience become interested in some questions. So if you don't mind, I will still like 5-7 minutes of break to highlight everything they asked, okay?
Sure.
So next question is for Roman. How can I speed up getting more opportunities to freelance as software engineer?
Yeah, it's actually a tough question. I'm not an expert in freelance, so during my career I worked to the company, not as a freelancer, but I know many of my friends struggle to get their clients, and because competition is so tough on the freelance websites like Upwork or Flickr. Yeah, but I mean, it's more marketing rather than skills at the freelance. So at the regular flow, when you are like employee at the company, you have the technical interview, you have the call with the founders or hiring managers where you can show your expertise, you can present yourself. At the freelance, you have one letter and you need to use it to prove that you are better than the 100 other applicants. And even if you are in a high-paying jurisdiction, it would be so tough to be competitive on the market from the people from low-paying jurisdictions. So it's actually very hard to enter this market. But one suggestion I would give is provide the value immediately. So if you see the website that they want to update or fix or do some task, open this, do some research, open what is their product, try to spot some problems that you can identify for them and suggest the way of fixing. So that would make a differentiation on your application. But again, it's just like what I would do. I never did this, so I'm not sure if it works, but that's what I would do if I started a freelance.
Nice suggestion anyway. Thank you. And one more question also for you related to this topic. So technical interviews and tests usually slow down the process of getting job opportunities. How can I speed up my chances of getting more? Again, about freelance, but maybe you have something you might have to succeed in interviews and tests.
Sure, yeah. So technical interviews, actually, so people see it as a company trying to filter out the candidate, but it's actually also a good opportunity to filter out the companies. So it's like a bidirectional process. I believe that during the technical interview, I mean, you need to be prepared. So that's obviously you either pass or no pass. So you either can code or no code. I would suggest to prepare for 1 month and then stack a lot of interviews for the same week, 2 weeks, months. In that way, you don't need to keep yourself always at your A game, like prepared, because technical interviews can be passed just without any preparation. They are a little bit different from the day-to-day tasks. So once you're prepared for technical interview, the most important part, and a lot of people actually ignore it a little bit, is a soft skill interview, like they could say like person fit or a lot of different names for the same process, but it's actually where your seniority is determined. And it's actually where the hire or no hire decision is made once you've proven that you can code. And based on your answers here, people can understand level of your coding ability. Because if we talk about technical interview, both juniors, middles, and seniors should do the algorithmic tasks, and they should do it well. But on the soft skill interview, if person asks you what was the most complex challenge, and you answer, I was failing to install one library and then I researched, so it's probably a junior answer. And then if you're a senior, your answer would look probably like, I had a dependency from external service, so I created a tech spec how we can reintegrate this external dependency, and we spoke with different teams, and we submitted this plan to upper management. They agreed with dedicated time, and I had a POC on this. So a lot of different communication and interaction across the product. So the larger scope of the problem you describe is probably understand that you have the largest seniority and higher responsibility. So my suggestion would be not to ignore the soft skill interview and come up with good stories that showcase your experience well.
Great. Thank you for the answer. And one more question for Roberto. Someone thinks that it's ridiculous to ask, but how can I get better making at least good-looking website? Also, I'm more into backend. Do you recommend any framework or tool like Material UI or anything?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm happy to respond to any questions, so don't feel shy about it. And I would say, small disclaimer, I'm not an expert in UX and UI. I mean, I worked for a long time as a front-end developer. I also have done a little bit of that, so I'm not an expert in this, and probably you will find way more better ideas and tools in the next Geekle Summit about UI and UX, so I would recommend that. But if you want to have my personal opinion, so I would say let's start from basics. So in engineering, for instance, if you learn the basics, like you learn how memory management works, how data structures algorithm works, so you know the pillars of engineering, you can be a better engineers. At the same way, if you want to be if you want to create better websites with a better a user experience, I would strongly recommend go to the basics. So learn the basics of what simplicity means. There are, I think, a lot of tools about how to keep things simple. So we live in a very complex world, and sometimes it's very hard to be simple. There is a very famous quote, which is, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And also something that I would strongly suggest is keep an eye on accessibility. I would also like to share a link about it. So there is, for instance, the Mozilla website talking about accessibility, which means when you develop something, when you develop a website, think about people with disabilities, because there are a lot of users that maybe have some problems. They are, I don't know, blind, or they have other kind of disabilities. It's very important that we as developers are owners of this kind of development, and we keep that in mind when we create websites. And other than that, creating an accessible website will also give you other advantages. For instance, when it's indexed by, I don't know, Google or another search engine, it will be easier that this kind of search engine bots will understand the content of your website and will rank it in a higher position. So keeping in mind accessibility, if you want to create better websites, I think it's a very, very important point. But yeah, apart from that, I don't have any specific book in mind. Something that I read this summer, it's called 6 Simple Rules. It's not about UI and UX. It's just about making things simple, especially in very complex companies. And it's basically allow you to start thinking more and more about how can I simplify the process in general in a company. 6 Simple Rules. I really like this book. But yeah, I don't have any other recommendation. I would strongly recommend, if you're interested into the topic, to join the next Geekle Summit about UI UX.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that. I greatly appreciate it. And also in the chat, I'll share the link to the conference chat. So here in StreamYard, in private chat, I'm sharing the link. So please feel free to type their names of the books you recommended or share any links you would like our audience to check out. It would be really, really greatly appreciated. And yeah, that's it. We stole all the break, but we answered all the questions our audience had. Thank you both for joining us live for the Q&A sessions, for preparing this amazing content. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
See,
you.
it's been a pleasure for me.
Thank you. Thank you. See you
Thank you,
next
Ron.
time.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
So yeah, first block is finished. I'm super thankful for our audience for being active during the Q&A session. It's always a pleasure to have discussions, to gain some more insights. And yeah, as we stole the break, I won't take much time chatting. We are moving to next block, and our first speaker is Mohammed Shirazadeh, senior software engineer from ING, also well-trusted expert in the field and a good friend of Geekle community. Hi, Mohammed. How are you?
Hey, all well? All well. Thanks for having me.
I'm
So
glad to
excited.
Thank you for joining us and for joining us live. It always the best experience for the audience and for us. So Muhammad's topic is built-in AI in browsers. So please give us some ideas. What should we expect from your talk?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we are going to dive into newest, innovations that, Chrome browser is providing, which is built-in AI in browsers. And via that, you can have some kind of hybrid AI in browsers. So let's see how it works.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks for actually coming up with this topic. And nothing else I would like to ask you. I'm sharing your screen or slides.
Yeah, I guess you can see my slides, right?
Yes, the stage is yours. I'm disappearing. Please do your magic.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. Hey everybody, welcome to my talk. So we are gonna talk about AI. I know that's everywhere these days, AI, right? But it's better to start learning to speak, to speak robots. So let's start. As you know, AI is rising. These days, everybody is talking about AI, and we can't deny that. Because AI in everyday life is virtual assistants, recommendation systems, autonomous vehicles. Everything is based on the AI. So this is the era of AI. But AI is not just a buzzword. Is reshaping industries. It is changing everything in our, everyday life. So it's better to learn these features, how AI work as a front-end developer, to use in our applications to be ahead of time. Why sooner or later all front-end developers must have a knowledge of AI to develop in their application. So don't think about it that AI is just at the backend side. AI is in the front end as well. Not only using that, but also implementing that in your applications. So let's dive in. As you know, my name is Mohammed. Everybody calls me Mo, software engineer at ING Bank in Netherlands. Here is the QR code to a page which all my social media and stuff are there. You can find me on LinkedIn. And yeah, I'm living in Netherlands. I have 2 kids. I'm living with my family. So if you hear some noises in the background, it's not me, it's the kids. So let's move on. So what's the plan? First of all, we will talk about the LLMs and the differences between local LLM and cloud to have an understanding that what is the thing that we are dealing with. And then we will move everything to the technical part, so to have an overview of the API that's Chrome provided to have a built-in AI in the browser. And then we will do live coding, so all the time doing something in action, make our hands dirty is the one that we like, right? So cross finger that's everything goes well because it's live coding, right? Okay. Next one, next step. What lies ahead? What's going on after that? So what are the steps that you might need to take? So local LLMs. If I want to, summarize LLM and how LLM works, it could be this simple diagram. So a prompt, like, where is Amsterdam? I am living in Amsterdam, right? I know it's Netherlands, but how machines knows? So this is the time that LLM comes into play and generative AI technology and stuff. So it's going to give us a response, Netherlands. So as easy as it is. So we just need an API in the browser to connect to LLM. We can send our prompt and get the response back. So where is Amsterdam? Netherlands. It might be differ from time to time as well. I'm going to talk about it later. So this is LLM. So if we want to make it a little bit more technical, a large language model, or LLM, is a type of artificial intelligence. So it is part of artificial intelligence that uses deep learning techniques. So deep learning is involved as well to understand, generate, and manipulate human language. So this is the thing that is very important, because in the previous slide, you noticed that it was a text, but the text must have a meaning to the machine. It has a meaning to us. When I ask you, where is Amsterdam? So in your head, you find Europe, you focus on Netherlands. So yeah, it is in Netherlands. So the answer is Netherlands. So these are the meaning that's of our brain, process. But when it comes to the computer and machines, we should define everything, so how everything works. So the thing about LLMs is they can manipulate, understand, and generate human language. So it is very important. So when it comes to LLMs, we might think that LLM is a type of AI. So it is a software, right? So why don't we run our LLM on our local machines, on our computer, or otherwise? Or on the other hand, we can run these LLMs in the cloud as well. Correct. Both of them we can run, but there are some differences. When we are dealing with local LLMs, we are having privacy. Why we have privacy? Because LLM is on our machine, right? Since we don't send our data, our data might be confidential. So if we don't send our data, our network, to some cloud services like Azure, GCP, or Azure, for instance, OpenAI is on Azure, and GCP we have Gemini models. So if we want to send our data to cloud services, so there is a risk of privacy there. So the first benefit of local LLMs is privacy. So everything is on your machine. And then low latency. So almost you don't have any latency, although the computation that's supposed to happen on your machine. So low latency is there. So in order to perform, to get a response from the LLM, so privacy, low latency, so you can get the answer faster because there is no network latency there. And then low cost, because you're only dependent on your machine and your resources on your machine. For instance, I can name Mistral for one of them, and the other one could be Llama from Meta. But when it comes to cloud LLMs, yeah, it's cloud LLM. And it could be so much bigger, because local LLMs on your machines, and we are limited to our computer resources. So in terms of the RAM, GPU, CPU, and so on and so forth, even the storage, it couldn't be that big. For instance, I don't know, less than 5 gigabytes is a good deal for us, because we should load it in the memory, send a request to that, read the data, process some stuff. So, but when it comes to the cloud LLM, because they have much, much more resources than we do, so they have a superpower. So the LLM could be bigger. When it comes to the bigger and the smaller, It means that, the power of that LLM. It means that in this case, it can give us much mature answers, or it has more knowledge about the latest news. I don't know. For instance, because they update it from time to time, they train it from time to time, so it knows the latest changes in everything. But local LLMs are a little bit, in some cases, limited. We have a network latency in the cloud LLMs in comparison to the local LLMs with low latency. Anyway, we should send our network over the wire to the cloud and expect the answer after a couple of seconds. And high costs. So these are cloud services. They should make money, right? So they have some costs as well that they must cover. But we have these LLMs, a small model in our browser, and Google recently introduced that. So let's take a look at the API. So before getting to that, I want to mention that for this presentation, no machine learning expertise is required. So don't worry about it. Also, no AI. No AI expertise is required. No neural network. So just use the API. It's fine. When it comes to the API, it is so simple. We have AI object in the window. We can go to the assistant and then create. In this way, we create a session in order to perform some prompting. Now it is time to send our prompt. So after creating the session, create is actually send your prompt. In this way, session.prompt, session, it's the variable that we defined after create. So session.prompt and the text. And the text is our prompt. So where is Amsterdam? And both of them, as you see, they need a wait because they are asynchronous. And then we will get the answer. Amsterdam is the capital of Netherlands. So as you see, as you might notice, in my first example, the diagram, it was prompt response. The response was Netherlands, but in this case, it's a little bit different. Where is Amsterdam? The answer is Amsterdam is the capital of Netherlands. So you might expect Netherlands. There are ways to reach that one as well. So yeah, we're going to get to that. And also it has another feature as well. We call it prompt streaming. As you know, LLM uses a technology which is generative AI. This technology, this algorithm, it works in this way that it predicts the next token. Where is Amsterdam? So it wants to answer, based on the knowledge that it has, it wants to answer. And the first token that comes to, its pipeline is Amsterdam. So what is the expected token after a name is? After is the, and then capital, then city, then up, then the, then Netherlands. So when you try to use as a stream, it works exactly like, for instance, ChatGPT, Gemini, and stuff. When you type, when you prompt it. So as you see, next token is coming right after each other. It's because of the native behavior of generative AI. So because of that, the answer that you're going to get in each chunk in this for loop is Amsterdam. Amsterdam is the capital. Amsterdam is the capital of the city, and so on and so forth. So this is the prompt streaming API. So far we learned 2 APIs. But is there anything that we can make it better? Yeah, it's true that no machine learning was involved. No AI expertise was involved, but a prompt engineering expertise can make it better. If you look for prompt engineering, there are a lot of there are a lot of methods out there in terms of the prompt engineering. For instance, one of them could be few-shot prompting, n-shot prompting. And how does it work? For instance, which we can use in our API in another way, in another syntax with different parameters. In this way, I use, I'm passing an object to the create function, which we can predefine some some parameters. For instance, the first two is temperature and top K. And both of these, temperature and top K are related. You should read deeply about them. But if I want to say, in a one sentence, it's about non-deterministic answers of the LLM. So these two are related to that. So if you lower the temperature to 0 or 1, 1 is the highest creativity and 0 is the lowest creativity that LLM's answers would be, right? So because LLM is creative, right? As I mentioned previously, the answer of where is Amsterdam is the capital city of the Netherlands. But for instance, I might ask this question to Gemini or ChatGPT, and it's gonna give me some other answers. And from time to time, it might change as well. And also, you have, or I guess, noticed that some of these, LLM UIs has a button to regenerate. So these regenerate and stuff, all of them are related to temperature and top K. Okay, so let's move on. So we talked about the temperature and top K parameters that you can set and related to creativity of LLM. And then we have initial prompts. Initial prompts are somehow some kind of feed that you will send to the LLM before prompting. So in this case, I sent a system prompt. System prompt is some kind of persona for your LLM assistant for your session. I asked, pretend to be a tour guide, right? So it's gonna pretend to be a tour guide. It's gonna be in that context. This is very important. And after that, let me read it from here. I sent some examples. If user says Netherlands, assistant, please tell him, let's go to Rijksmuseum. It's a museum in Amsterdam. If user asks you Italy, answer something like this. Let's go to Coliseum. So it means that, I'm just guiding LLM to reply back to me for my next prompt. So it is in-shot prompting. So my prompt would be Iran. So it's gonna give me back, let's go to Grand Bazaar. It's a well-known bazaar in Iran. So see, it's just picking locations and it knows locations behind the scene. So, and all these information are coming from the knowledge that LLM has been trained for. So in this way, we could get the same output that we expected. So this is one of the prompt engineering solutions, methods. Okay, so let's do some live coding. Yeah, because of the time, so I'm gonna code a little bit and then we will move. I'm gonna show the final results. So first of all, what do I have? Let me show it to you. So I have a form in order to add a blog post. Okay. So our user is gonna fill the content and then tags, right? So it's obvious that our user would type it and put some tags there. But I want to make life easier for my user to not type all tags, or at least give him some hints in terms of the possible tags for his content. So let's use AI, right? AI in browsers. So how can I do that? Const session equal AI dot assistant dot create. Good. We have sorry, assistant that create. So we have our own session. So as you remember, it is asynchronous. So let's put a wait, const, response equal await, no copilot. See, copilot has been trained, right? So because AI code doesn't exist out there right now, maybe in GitHub and stuff, so it doesn't detect that. Well, what's the next token would be? But in my case would be session dot prompt. Okay, yeah, no, the rest was fine. Either target the value, so far so good. Oh my god, why am I doing session like this today? Yeah, it's live coding, right? I need some luck, guys. Okay, so let's log it. So let me just log it. So what's gonna happen? I have I'm gonna add an event listener to the input, calling prompt, getting the text, sending it to the LLM. So, but the thing is, for sure, my LLM needs a prompt. So let's make a well-defined prompt. Please generate tags for this text. Something like this. Please generate tags for this text in JSON format, for instance, to be able to just parse it easily and show it in a ULLI to the user. So let me go to my browser, refresh. I'm so happy. Yeah, about so happy. Yeah, it's coming. Okay. So as you see in my console, yeah, it just showing me some responses, right? So for instance, in this case, I'm so happy, it gives me positive. Let's talk about AI in browsers. Let's see. Yeah. Nice. I can see good tokens. Let's see the latest one. Yeah, because I type, right? I didn't debounce the previous ones. So yeah, the latest one is this one. Let me zoom in a little bit. So what do we have? We have AI and browser, which are two good tags for this article. Let's talk about AI in browsers, right? So yeah, the whole idea is that you just need to send your prompt, create a session to the LLM, extract it, extract the answer and use it. So let me undo these changes and see the final code that I developed. It's easy, don't worry. So input, prompt, I put a debounce from Lodash to make sure that I don't send extra LLM prompt to my local LLM. But the thing is, for sure, you can. Actually, it supports a cancellation token. You can cancel the previous one, or you can destroy the previous session. So there are tricks to cancel the previous session of the LLM querying as well. So creating a session, setting the tags element in HTML to loading to show a loading. I have a prompt here. I just made it more fancy. You are an author helping people to find the right tags for their blog post. Consider the following text and suggest tags for it in JSON format. And I put my text in a text tag, some kind of, identifier, so my LLM knows that this part is the text. So this is a way to show LLM in a better way. Otherwise, I could do even this might work. Even if I do something like this might work as well. I prefer tags in this case. Okay, I'm getting the response, trimming it a little bit, parsing the JSON and the for loop on it to put it to show it in the UI. Let's see what's the result. Let's talk about AI. Loading. Text is not iteratable. Wait a moment. Yeah, it happens. Guys, it happens because so happy to talk about it. Let's see this one. We have, yeah, feelings. Yeah, the previous one was throwing an error because the response that I got from LLM was not well formatted. Also, I can log it, the response from LLM in the console to see with each other. Let's talk about AI. See, right now it works. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see tags at the same time. Let's do it. Yeah, see? AI blog. So happy to tell you. Artificial intelligence, blog post, NLP. See, these are the tags that LLM is suggesting to me. There are a lot of use cases for this one. So this is just the thing that crossed my mind. So our user, before putting some new tags, thinking about it, at least they have an idea what could be the possible tags, so they can put AI at least, or tech, NLP, something like that here. So it's going to help them a lot. So this is just a small use case, right? And as you notice, everything was working fine. But don't you wonder how does it work? Actually, right now, this API works in Chrome Canary and Chrome Dev. In order to enable it, you should go to flags URL and look for prompt API for Gemini Nano and set it to enable. And then optimization guide and device model and set it to enable bypass blah, blah, blah. And at the end, you should go to components and find optimization guide and device model and click on check for updates. So if I want to show you, it's really easy. If you go to flags, you're going to find these two. Let me zoom in a little bit. Enable optimization guide and device. Just set it to enable bypass. And prompt API for Gemini Nano, set it to enable. And the other one is Chrome components. If you look for optimization guide and device model. So yeah, my model is up to date. For sure, it needs storage. It needs, you know, a little bit RAM and CPU and stuff. Just follow everything. Just follow, the URL that I'm gonna show you later for the minimum requirements. So, what is the next step? We know the API. We know how does it work. We understand the use case for that. And the API is so easy for us as a front-end developers. Even we can use it later like a hybrid version. So it means, for instance, for our free users, they can use the local LLM, but when it comes to our premium users, paid users, we are going to connect them to Cloud LLM. Or sometimes for the sake of speed at the beginning, use the local LLM to show the user some answers and later the cloud, or vice versa if local LLM hasn't been downloaded. So first of all, you should download it in the browser and then send a request. So you can use Cloud LLM at the beginning, and after downloading the local LLM, start using local LLM. So it means that in this case, your application would perform much faster. And yeah, in all cases, it's going to work. So one of the next steps is you. So I want you guys to scan this QR or go to this URL and join built-in AI program from Google. goo.gel chrome-ai-dev-preview-join. So you will find everything there. So you will be added to some mailing lists and Google groups, so you can discuss bugs. For instance, the one that we just noticed, all API are experimental, right? So we are discussing there what could be the improvements, what are the things that are coming, what are the APIs that are available there. For instance, a translator API is coming, a writer API is coming. All of them are super cool features for summarization and stuff. But I want to say that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So in this way, we can't predict the future, right? Without doing and following the trends and using them. So if you start, using these APIs and latest, features, so you will be able to predict the future, even the future for your career. So let's create it. Some use cases, if I want to mention, classification, tagging, keyword extraction, something that we did, helping user to compose text, fixing grammar issues, reviews. Even you can perform some sentiment analysis and stuff. Summarization, for sure, you can, suppose that we have a big blog post and we want to summarize it, and our user, just modify the summarized version and polish it a little bit. They can do that. Generating titles, headlines, answering to the question based on the unstructured content, because the text is somehow unstructured content, right? It's not a JSON format and stuff. But LLM understand these type of things. Why? Because as I mentioned, it has ability to create, generate, manipulate human language. Translation between languages, this is a new feature that is coming, and proofreading. So at the end, I can say that, AI is everywhere, right? But let's be part of it. All the companies out there are saying that it's AI powered. Even the other day, I bought a can of Coca-Cola that said AI powered. Come on, the flavor was AI powered. So it's everywhere. So let's not deny it. Let's just use the latest trends. So even you shouldn't be a backend developer, a DevOps engineer, a geeky guy to understand AI and start using that. So for sure you can do it. Just follow the trends. So what else? I want to thank you. A special thanks to Geekle for having me. It was so fun to share latest innovations in AI and Chrome with you guys. The QR is there. I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna be in the QA sessions and talk with you guys if you have any questions. But if you won't be there, don't worry. Scan the QR or email me. I'll be there for you.
Wonderful, wonderful presentation. As always, thank you, Mohammed, for making it live. And yes, you have the Q&A session.
Yeah, thank you.
So let's move to the next speaker. We are in the middle of the second block of JavaScript Global Summit, and our next speaker is Camille Michalski, who is software engineer and he's a freelancer. So every questions freelance related you can ask from Camille. We have some from the previous session which we can raise, so do not hesitate to pay attention to these matters as well. And he will answer interesting question, how AI really can help us with testing our code. Yes, that's it. Welcome to the stage, Camille.
Hello guys, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. My name is Camille Michalski and I'm so excited to be here sharing the stage with other people as well. Today I would like to tell you a little bit about how actually AI can help us with testing our code, because when we do the overview of that what is happening in our industry, for sure artificial intelligence has become one of the most discussed and transformative topics. Whenever you open any articles about the software engineering, I'm not going to lie if 5 out of 10 articles are about AI. So, new applications and tools leveraging AI are emerging as rapidly as mushrooms after a rainstorm, offering many options that can sometimes be overwhelming. Unfortunately, quantity does not always equate to quality. While some AI solutions provide minor advantages, others contribute little to nothing. So, how can we harness the true potential of AI to significantly enhance the quality of our code through the better testing practices? And this is about I would like to tell you a little bit more during this presentation. But at the beginning, let me introduce myself. As I previously mentioned, my name is Camille Michalski, and I am a JavaScript engineer with over 10 years of experience in the web development. My journey into coding began when I built my first website in the sixth grade of the primary school, and immediately web dev technologies became my passion that has driven to my career ever since. Over the years, I specialized in Angular and modern front-end development, but my work is always grounded in the key principles that I believe are essential for creating successful, scalable applications. I'm deeply committed for fostering good development practices, including a strong emphasis on clean architecture or comprehensive code testing. So for me, it's pretty important to also deliver not only the features, but to be sure that the features will work for long, and someone after me or after the another team that will maintenance this project or so on will be able to handle that. Beyond coding, I enjoy mentoring and sharing knowledge. That's why I'm here, whether through my work as a front-end trainer, as a regular speaker at the conferences like JavaScript Global Summit, Angular Global Summit, and so on. Today, I'm excited to dive into this topic where I'll be sharing insight on how actually solid architecture and best practices through testing can transform the way we build the applications. All right, thanks for having me, and I look forward to our discussion. So, what to be on the same page? At the beginning, let's define what actually is the unit testing. So it involves testing individual components or functions of software application in its isolation to ensure they work as intended. So we don't test the whole system, we're trying to test only small pieces, blocks, parts, whatever you call it, of our application. It may be functions, methods, classes, components, and so on. So, but the key is that they are tested independently. So we don't have any dependency to each other. We're trying to be sure that this block of the code is well tested, and probably it will work together with another one. So there are few to remember that well, there are a few key points about the unit testing. First of all, we previously mentioned we have a isolated testing, so we focus only on the unit being tested. We don't focus. It's really important to remember that because we don't want to test any like external system like databases, APIs calls, and so on. Also, there's like automated execution. So typically there are around automated running every code change. Whenever we create some pull requests or we provide some changes to our project, also the unit test should be run to verify that our new change in our code won't break any other changes in other part of the application. And the main key and difference between the unit tests and end-to-ends, they are really fast, lightweight, because they focus on the small individual units that are quick to execute and can be run frequently during the development. Sometimes they just took a few milliseconds, depends on your project, depends on the stuff that we are testing. Okay, but somebody can ask, why do we need that, right? So unit testing is vital because it helps identify bugs early in the development process, ensuring higher code quality and making the software easier to maintain. By isolating individual components and testing them in the detail, developers can catch errors before propagate into the larger, more complex parts of the system. This leads to fewer issues in later stages of the development or production. So we also have a few keys over here that are pretty important and giving us a huge benefit of unit testing. So as I previously mentioned, we have early bug detection. Whenever you write the test, it may help you to find some cases that you wouldn't cover whenever you just implement your code, right? So by unit tests, you think more like a tester, like a corner cases, edge cases, and so on. And sometimes you can even find something that you will never think about that while you're working on the implementation. So, of course, it ensures code quality. By writing tests that verify the correctness of small unit tests of the code, unit testing enforces good programming practices and helps ensure that codes behave as expected. Because whenever we write the test and we notice that the test become so complicated, it's so difficult to write, it may give us something to think that should this component be built like that? Or should we put everything into this class or the function and so on? Because tests also can show us the complexity of our code, number of the dependencies. Whenever we have to mock something and we have to cut the dependencies, and we have to, for example, set up the test, and we see there are like 10 different dependencies on the class, should it be like that? I don't think so. So also the writing the unit test automatically ensures code quality. For sure, it improves the maintainability. Another key is like they improve the maintainability. So since we have the unit tests, they may work actually as the documentation, because whenever you open the unit test, you have exactly description of that, what our part of the unit of our function, whatever, should do. So it's giving a nice documentation for the other developers that they can maintain our code after that. Or simply, sometimes when they change something, unit tests that are giving us the guarantee that they won't break something different. Or after we get back to our project and we want to add some new feature, or we want to, I don't know, just refactor the code, still unit tests are over there, and that will kind of improve maintainability of the code. Of course, for the project from the business side, it reduces cost of fixing bugs. More tests, less bugs. It's simple as that. So it allows us to catching bugs in the deployment process. So whenever we do that, it also reduces the cost of the fixing bugs later. So in overall, unit tests contribute to building more reliable, maintainable, and scalable software. It's pretty important to include it in our projects. So, but there is some difficulty because it's pretty common that we do not write the test, especially on the front end part. So, I've been working with many projects that the unit tests were not done at all, or there was like pretty small coverage of the code and so on. So, if you don't have it in your project, don't worry, you are not alone. But I would like to think like, why do we not write tests of our code? Whenever I talk with people why they avoid to write unit testing, usually there come three main things. First of all is they say there is difficult to set it up, to just run the test and so on. It means they require some configuration, some tools, like Karma, like Jest, like Vitas, whatever. We have bunch of tools that we can use for unit testing. And yeah, they require some configuration, but believe me or not, it's not that difficult. Sometimes it just requires literally installing one package or two packages. It depends on the project that you're using, and add some configuration file. And after that, we just have to run the CLI command. So I would like to say it's not that difficult to set up the project, especially when you're working with some libraries or with some frameworks, like modern frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, and so on. We have builders. We have a CLIs that allows us to generate whole project setup, including configuration for the unit testing and even some basic examples. So running the test is so easy that we have to run maximum 2 commands in our terminal to generate something, to generate the component, for example, and generate the and run the unit test. Even they have some basic unit tests. So whole setup is done for us. So it's not that difficult. Another point, there are like people just don't know how to do it, right? They require some advanced knowledge to start. And yeah, that's true. Actually, we have to learn how to write the code to write the code, right? As simple as that. So the same with the unit testing. We have to learn first of all how to write the unit test to be more fluent with that, right? To do it easier. And trust me, whenever you start it, start with the simple things. Start to cover simple thing. Don't think too much about that. Like, don't try to cover too advanced cases. Try to do something really simple, right? And don't also put the end-to-end testing into the unit testing because it's not the same. So yeah, I can agree that one of the problems they guarantee. I mean, they require some knowledge to start writing the test. Another point is that they are time consuming. Yes, there are. Sometimes they may take time to write the proper unit test, especially while our code has more dependencies and we have to stop or mock, or we have to like kind of emulate behavior of these dependencies by providing some data, generate some test data, and so on. But there is a solution for that, and that's why we're having this presentation. Especially talking about the toast testing code, there's a little bit more stuff that also become the difficulties. For example, asynchronous code is a little bit difficult to test the code because testing asynchronous code requires careful handling of timing and ensuring that this cases properly wait for this operation to complete. But testing frameworks like JS, Mocha, Jasmine provide tools for testing asynchronous code, such as support for async, await, or promises, so we can kind of emulate the behavior of the promise or behavior of some any other asynchronous code. So we having the tools, we have the weapons to fight with that. JavaScript also allows a lot of mutable global state, which can lead to side effects across different parts of an application. This makes it difficult to write isolated unit tests. As changes is one of them might affect others. For example, one changes can might affect others, right? So functions that rely on external factors like the DOM, like the document object model, network request, or local storage are also introduced some side effects. So to do it properly, we need a proper isolation. As I mentioned before, whenever we're talking about the unit, we're trying to test the unit, right? So we don't want to test the local storage of the browser. We want to test actually the code. And if our part of the code does something with the local storage, that's okay. But we only have to check if there is a connection between our code and local storage. But we don't have to simulate whole process. There's also libraries like JS and so on that allows us to mock this stuff. For example, that allows us to mock the local storage and emulate the behavior of that. JavaScript, especially when we're talking about the front end, we may have a lot of like environmental dependencies. For example, document object model, right? We're doing a lot of stuff on the browser. We're doing a lot of stuff on, I don't know, on the window, on location, on previously mentioned local storage. So yeah, it may be challenging because sometimes you need to don't run the browser, but also we are able to set it up to kind of emulate our browser, for example, document object model. And there are tools, there is solution for that. There are tools like JavaScript DOM or React testing library can simulate even the events, the clicks handling of the stuff. Whenever we want to do something more advanced, we don't talk here about the unit testing, then we should talk about the end-to-end testing that actually allow us to test exactly same behavior like the user will do using our application. I'm talking here of tools about like Puppeteer or Cypress that are really more helpful to test the complex integration test. And yeah, sometimes we may have some lack of modular design. For example, it's really difficult to mock some library, also using some external libraries, and it also may be the problem. But this case show us improvements of our code quality, because we don't want to have a lack of modular design, right? We don't want to have a spaghetti code with some random dependencies in the middle of our code. So whenever also we have some difficulty of testing something, it's also giving us the sign that our code requires some refactor. So taking this difficulty of writing the test, we can take as the benefit, because showing us whenever we have some problem with the writing the test, it's showing us that we should improve this code future on. And more or less, of course, there's more cases that I will mention over here, but I just wanted to say it's not that difficult to start writing the test, especially now when we're having a lot of solutions, a lot of ready libraries, frameworks, and so on to write the test. And of course, we also have the AI that can help us with writing the unit testing. But how? How we can use the AI to improve our code testing, to help us with the annoying parts of writing the unit test. So we can have an automated test generation. At this moment, we have AI tools that can analyze your code and automatically generate the unit tests. This saves time for sure and ensures that tests cover a wide range of scenarios. For example, I don't know, tools like any TestGen, LLM, or Cover Agent use large languages model to create some unit testing. AI also can identify gaps in your existing test and suggest new test cases to improve coverage. So, from my experience, AI is perfect to write more test cases. For example, whenever you have some, let's say, pure function that only has some parameters, some inputs, and we just want to have one result as the output, AI is super cool with that to just generate all of the cases for us. So whenever we, I don't know, have some if-else statement with showing some exception or something like that, AI can predict all of the scenarios that can happen with that function, and we don't have to run it and write it manually, because AI, by analyzing our code, can do it for us. So thanks to that, by using AI, developers can write more efficient and accurate tests. Whenever we have some repetitive stuff, a little bit annoying, time consuming, AI can do that for us. Also, AI have the tools to perform both static and dynamic code analysis to identify potential test cases. This helps creating tests that are more aligned with actual behavior of the code. So tools, some AI tools can show us actually the instruction like, hey, we can test that code for you, this part of the function, or so on. Also, AI can optimize the use of resources by automating tasks and allowing developers to allocate their time and effort more efficient. So there's a lot of benefits that AI actually can improve with testing AI. So talking about tools, in this presentation, I don't want to give you like I'm not promoting any tool. There's many of them. I just want to mention a few that can help you with testing. Especially, I've been testing a few of them, and I just decided one because of the personal opinion. So I'm not saying one is the better or one is the worst. Probably you need to find the solution that just works the perfect for you. So I don't have like a golden solution for you. So talking about the tools that can actually help us streamline the process of unit testing, we have some popular ones. Probably you know the GitHub Copilot. Yes, it also allows us to do some code completion, but also assists in generating unit tests by suggesting test cases. And whenever you write the code, it allows you to write the test as well for you. We have a tab 9. I've been testing that. It's pretty similar to the GitHub Copilot. Also, we have nice chat. We have extension to various IDEs like Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ as well on the WebStorm. And there is few more. You can use any chatbot like a ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot or Google Dart or whatever, or Amazon Whisper to write the test. Just even you don't have the extension or something like that, you can also use the chatbot to write, for example, some test cases and so on. So I didn't want to put the examples in this presentation because you can literally put it in the search and you will have a tons, like probably 10 tools that you can use, but I think the most popular ones are already mentioned. But okay, what with the accuracy? Like how accurate are these AI generated tests? And of course, there's always some difficulty or there's always some problem with the writing test because we always have to review something. So, but there are few key points to consider. Coverage. AI tools are generally good at generating tests that cover a wide range of scenarios, including edge cases that developers might overlook. This can lead to higher test coverage in most real code. But sometimes this coverage also can be like not necessary. Sometimes it covers the really cases that we want to do in the real case, or sometimes we'll double the cases. So it's always good to review what the AI generate to you. The quality. The quality of a generator has improved significantly, but it can still vary. Some tools produce highly accurate and human-readable tests, while others may generate the tests that require further refinement by developers. So sometimes, for me, especially when we're testing some more advanced projects with more tools, more libraries, more frameworks, and so on, sometimes the tests are really don't make sense. So don't take it as AI is solution for everything because sometimes, as I said, the test may just cover the code, but they won't do especially the stuff that you can and you want to test. Content understanding. AI tools are generating better at understanding the context and intent of the code, which helps in generating more relevant and accurate tests. However, they may still miss some nonsense that human developer would catch. And of course, the maintenance. Sometimes they can remove too much or they can add too much. So as well, reviewing after the AI is pretty important thing. Efficiency. These tools can significantly speed up the process of writing tests, allowing the developers to focus on more complex tasks. So as I said, generating some simple cases, AI is perfect at. Generating mock data, AI is perfect at. However, the initial setup, for example, for the component in Angular or component in React, to mock some data, especially when you're using some libraries that AI don't know, will require some manual work from you. Then, what are some common pitfalls to avoid when we're using these tools? I already mentioned a few of them for example, we cannot rely too much on AI generated tests that can lead to gaps in the test coverage because it's crucial to complement. Sometimes, as I said, they might just cover something and we can have a nice percentage of the coverage testing, but it really won't cover the functionality of your component or something like that. Another stuff is really like ignoring the test quality. So not all AI generated tests are of high quality. Always review and refine these tests to ensure they are meaningful, accurate, and maintainable. So once again, it's pretty common from my experience and from using these tools that just copying and pasting the stuff from the AI generator tool is not the thing, right? You also have to review that and you have to check if that makes sense to you, right? So it's really good to, like, one of my good practices is to do it part by part. Don't just throw whole the code into AI and like generate the test for that, just rather use the code AI as an assistant that will help you with the small tasks rather than, hey, do everything for me. So there is more pitfalls that we should avoid, like neglecting edge cases. For example, AI tools may miss certain edge cases or complex scenarios. Make sure to manually add tests for these critical areas to ensure true testing. So this is what I said actually, right? Whenever sometimes AI can generate something for your function, something for your part of your component, but actually will miss some critical edge cases, or even not the edge cases, but just some cases that I couldn't analyze. Also, AI may have some integration issues, especially with the external libraries, frameworks that AI don't know. So it's also pretty important to cover this stuff. Sometimes it may, for example, mock the data or mock some dependencies in the wrong way that it won't work. Another point that is pretty important to mention, that is performance overhead. When we just run AI and we just generate a lot of unit tests, it doesn't say that our code gonna be better, right? So sometimes we also have to make sure that the number of the tests are enough and we cover all of the selection, but we don't do just some AI generated tests just to just cover the lines and so on. So it's also good to monitor the test performance and optimize it as need to maintain a balance between through the testing and efficient build times. You shouldn't have a problem with the unit testing, but it may happen. But when we're talking about the end-to-end testing, it's pretty common that sometimes there could be a performance overhead, because as we know, the end-to-end test, we have to run the whole browser. We have to definitely build whole application to perform the end-to-end test, and it also require more resources like memory from the machine, especially when we're running that on the CI/CD platform. It may may cause some issues. So it's pretty important to monitor that, and whenever I see that our build takes, I don't know, 1 hour or 30 minutes or something like that, it's the case to review that if you really need all of the stats, or there is some room to improve. Another stuff is security concerns. Be cautious about the security implication of using AI tools, especially those that require access to your code base, because ensuring that the tools you use comply with your organization's security policy. Whenever you're doing your project and you are the owner of the project, that's fine. But remember that some may break the organization's security rules, and that's also pretty important. So how actually use it? Based on that, what we just heard. So the first thing is like, don't overreact on the AI, right? Always review what you generated. Do the code review for your AI agent, right? He's helping you with a lot. He's helping you with save a lot of time. So don't waste time on mm, on doing some unnecessary stuff, but focus on that to review the code and be sure what you're commenting, right? So at least read it once or try to run it by yourself before you comment the code. Combine with manual testing. So it's okay to use, and it's really helpful to use the AI generated test alongside with the manual written test for comprehensive coverage. So whenever we see some cases, it's okay to write the test by yourself. As I said, not just generate whole part of the test suits, but for example, we can just write one test by ourselves, and for example, tell our code assistant like, hey, can you do, for example, the same test but for the different cases? So this is actually perfect solution, because you are sure that you handling what actually you will be covering. Regular updates. Keep AI tools in the test updated as your code base evolves. So whenever there's new AI tool, or there's some new library, keep it updated. And as well, whenever you're maintaining your code, whenever you add some features, it's sometimes also important to update your code. Another point is focus on the edge cases. So whenever AI didn't find a case that you think that would be good to cover, add it manually, right? So as I said again, there is always need to review the code after AI generated code. Integrate with CI/CD. It's not only related to the AI generated test, it's related to all of the tests. It's pretty common thing and pretty good practice to integrate your unit testing with your CI/CD pipeline. So whenever you build something before, I don't know, you commit or before you merge your pull request into the master, make sure that the unit tests are run on your CI/CD pipeline so you don't have to do it every time on your local machine. But thanks to that, you also have another like level of the security that giving you more stuff that will check that it won't or your changes won't broke any part of the different application or different library or something like that. So and we always will have the guard that will say something like, hey, your change will break something over here. So this is pretty important. We already discussed this monitor test performance. It's more related to the end-to-end test, but still, whenever we see that some of the tests are taking a lot, maybe there's some lack of like memory leakage, or maybe it requires some optimization. Make sure that from time to time you check, for example, the performance. I mean the time execution of your tests and fix it. Fix it whenever you see some slow test or the flaky test. Flaky by saying flaky test that, for example, sometimes runs some random error. Of course, use also the AI to improve your code quality by using some static analyze generate tools like a GitHub Copilot that will also give you some ideas how and tips how to improve it. And the most important, remember at the end of the day, we work in the team, so share everything with your team, collaborate with the team, share and refine AI generated tests with the team members to be sure that everybody in the team understand that and works with this fine. I hope this short presentation will give you some insight about the using AI in general in unit testing, and you will provide something, and at least you will improve something in your project, or at least you learn something new. I will be really helpful. Whenever you have some questions, I will be available in the Q&A section. So see you there. I would like to say thank you for, and my name is Kai Michalski, and see you again soon. Bye bye.
And we would like to say thank you to Camille, the great presentation, as he always does. Thank you for contributing to the community. And yeah, I remind our audience to type your questions for Camille. He will be available during the Q&A session live to answer all of your questions. So please do not hesitate, do not miss your chance to ask questions from experts in the field. And yeah, I'm happy to invite to the stage our next speaker who will cover next AI topic. Julian Duque, I hope I got his last name right, principal developer advocate, will tell us about build AI applications with LangChain and Node.js. Amazing topic, and Julian is live with us. Hi.
Hello, Tia. How you doing?
I'm great. Happy to see you. How are you?
Oh, very, very happy to be back again at the JavaScript Global Summit, and looking forward to share all that I have with our audience.
Amazing, amazing. So I won't take much of your time. I'm adding the slides and leaving the stage to you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let's start with this topic. You know that AI it's a pretty hot topic recently, and I've seen mostly that most of the AI applications and use cases that I have seen out there has been built with Python. So Python is one of those languages that has more prevalence in the AI world. But how can we start building AI applications using our favorite language, which is JavaScript? So today I'm going to be showing you how to start building AI applications with Node.js using one of the most popular frameworks and libraries to build AI apps. and demystify some of the AI concepts and show you some of those patterns that are emerging to build AI applications. Well, my name is Julian Duque. I know my name might be difficult for a lot of people. This is an Spanish name. I'm a principal developer advocate at Heroku. I love and been working with the JavaScript community for a while. I think since 2010, 2011, organizing multiple events as this one, especially in Latin America, in Colombia, where I'm from. And I used to contribute to the Node.js project, but not anymore. I'm looking forward to come back. Here are my socials. You can reach out to me on X or LinkedIn. I'm pretty open. DMs are always open if you have any questions after this session. And let's start. So let's define what is an AI application. Basically, an AI application, it's an app that uses generative AI or generative artificial intelligence using a large language model to create content. And this content can take many forms, or it could be like multimodal as well. So there are like certain terms that might be a little bit complex while we are talking about AI. And I might be maybe interchanging certain of those terms. So I'm going to be clarifying. AI typically refers to generative models that can create something that pretty much have emerged as of 2017. But the AI or the machine learning area per se has been around for a while. So people tend to interchange these two terms, AI and ML. And for the purposes of this session, I'm going to be using AI as generative AI, using generative models to generate content. These models can take many different modalities. Basically, is the type of content they generate. There are like models that takes a text and returns a text, or that takes a text and returns an image, like DALL-E or these recent models that can create images, for example. Some others can take voice and return text or video. There are like different modalities that you can work with generative AI. In the examples that I'm going to be showing you today, we are going to be focusing mostly on text-based models, but I have an example where I take a video and extract some information from the video, but at the end, we are going to be using text. Sometimes when you are taking a look at a model name, these models sometimes have like cryptic names, and they have letters and numbers like 7B, 13B, 70B, or 16645. This typically refers to the number of parameters in the model. This is the amount of information that the model was trained on. Usually these models need to be trained on a lot of data, and they have a capacity of the information they have within the model. So if we see a model that it's 70B, it means that has like 70 billion parameters. Inference is going to be the process of use one of those trained models to make predictions, to generate new data. Training is the process to feed data into this model so we can teach the model how to perform stuff. The context window is usually the span of data that I'm going to be used during the inference. Fine-tuning is techniques that can let me augment and refine this model with new data. So I'm making pretty much a model a little bit more smarter, and knows about my data. We are going to be showing you examples today about RAG, or retrieval augmented generation. This is one of the most common patterns while building AI applications. And this is a set of techniques that we will use to use both unstructured and structured data with AI models, so we can augment that model and ground the output, making sure that the response is going to be more accurate and it's going to be less prone to hallucinations. Hallucination is when the model creates things that are not real or not true. And evaluations, these are like frameworks that are used to make sure that a model it's good, it includes true information, it is not toxic, it doesn't have biases, because sometimes we see like depending of the training data, models can output bad stuff. So we want to make sure that the models we are working on are models that are like clean up, that doesn't have any of these toxicity. Okay, these are like some terms that I wanted to clarify before we start. Recently, this is a little bit more than a year ago, than a year old. It's an LLM, large language model, or AI application stack. It has multiple parts, like the orchestration layer, which is the one that it's on the center. It is the one that allows me to control all of the flow of my application. Pretty much how I'm going to be interacting with the models, how I'm going to be interacting with external services, with the cache, how I'm going to be interacting with different data stores, etc. We have vector databases is so another very important component of LLM applications. Are databases or data stores that allow me to store data that is represented as a multidimensional vector or represented as a numerical value, and I can perform queries using algorithms that can let me search for similarities between those vectors. This is very useful along with embedding models when we can transform text into vectors to perform certain searches. And we will make an example using a vector database later when we are going to take a look at retrieval augmented generations. And there are like multiple pieces in this stack. Today we are going to be looking at the hosting. Obviously, I'm going to be hosting my AI applications on Heroku. The orchestration layer, we are going to be using LangChain. For the embedded model, we are going to be using multiple OpenAI models, but you can use any of the other third-party or open source models that are available. And for our vector database, we are going to use PG Vector. I'm going to keep things simple. This is just for example purposes. If you want to take one of these applications to production, there are like more things that we are going to be considering. And also, I'm going to be using a product from LangChain. Now, this is the company, not the open source framework, that allows me to debug and have a tracing layer over my application so I can see what they are doing, how much each operation costs, if there is any latency issue, etc. Perfect. So to build AI applications, we need to use the right tools for the job. Remember that I told you that the most prevalent language to build AI applications is Python. But today we are going to be using JavaScript or Node.js to build our AI applications using this LangChain framework. There are other libraries and SDKs that are out there for other programming languages. Some of those are officially supported by the companies that have like inference model as a service, like OpenAI, Cohere, these Anthropic. These companies already have SDKs that you can use on your applications. Or you can use these frameworks like LangChain or Llama Index that are also officially supported in mostly Python and JavaScript, but you can see from the community support for Elixir, Go, PHP, Java, etc. So we are going to be using Node.js as our programming language, JavaScript as our programming language, and Node.js as the runtime. Then we need to pick a large language model. What model are we going to use to build our applications? I decided to use OpenAI because I already have an account and I've been paying for an OpenAI account for a while, and I have credits to use the API, but you can use your own. So OpenAI is going to provide me an API and different models to build my AI applications. And here I'm using one of the most popular LLM apps out there, which is ChatGPT, that can answer questions depending on the model data it has been trained in. Here I ask a very important question: who organizes the JavaScript Global Summit? And after 4 seconds, ChatGPT told me, okay, as of the knowledge cutoff in October 2023, pretty much this model, the O1 preview, the most recent model of OpenAI, the data has been caught on October 2023, so it doesn't know anything recent than October 2023. And it's telling us that the JavaScript Global Summit is organized by Geekle, so it is telling us the truth. Thank you very much. So now we have Node.js, we have the LLM, and then we need to pick a vector database. So there are like multiple open source vector database out there that you can use. For the purposes of the demos that I'm going to be showing you today, I'm going to be using pgvector, which is an extension of the most popular open source database out there, PostgreSQL, which is one of my favorites. And we support pgvector at Heroku as well. So if you have any application on Heroku that uses PostgreSQL, you can add vector support. Here, we have an example of this vector database. This can allow us to store, as I mentioned earlier, data represent as vectors or a multidimensional vector or a number. And it can let me perform similarity searches. So here I'm creating a table of animals. This animal has a name and an embedding. The embedding is the vector that I'm going to be storing, the text converted into number, and then I'm going to store the information into my database. Let's say I'm storing a llama, a tiger, a shark, etc., with its own specific embedding. Later, I'm going to be telling you how can we get those embeddings. And then I can perform a similarity search over that data. So what we are doing here, depending on the model we use, it stores the semantic information about the thing that I'm storing. So I'm going to be performing these similarity and semantic searches. For example, here I'm searching for animals that are similar to a shark. In our database, it's going to get the animals that are more close to a shark. So the embedding model knows that a shark is a water animal. So it's going to bring me animals in our data set that are animals that lives on the water. This is salt or sweet water here. So we have crocodile, dolphin, whale, turtle, and alligator. And these are the animals in my database that are similar to a shark. If I search for a llama in my data set, it will return a horse, an alpaca, a sheep, animals that are going to be more close semantically to this llama. So this is using a mathematical operation. Right now we are using, if I am not wrong, this is the cosine operator. So it is using a mathematical operation to search for the vectors that are more closer or similar to the keyword that we are looking for. And now that we pick our vector database, we need to pick the library that is going to help us for that orchestration layer. So we will use LangChain for these purposes. So LangChain is a framework for developing applications that are powered by a large language model. So this is giving me a set of classes, utilities, libraries to be able to create these AI applications. So it has a core package that pretty much has all of the base abstractions and something called the LCL, which is the language, the LangChain expression language that allows me to express certain AI operations using a specific pattern that they came with. It's very similar to Node.js streams. If you take a look at the the API. And in Python, it's a little bit more cleaner due to the nature of the language. It's also using piping operations. There is the basic LangChain package, which has all of the different chains, agents, and retrieval strategies. And we are going to see examples of what is a chain, an agent, and a retriever. They are like partner packages. These are the packages that have the specific APIs of the third-party inference models that are out there, like OpenAI, Anthropic, Mistral AI, Google, Vertex, or Google Gemini, etc. And the LangChain community contains all of the third-party integrations. People have created multiple integrations with LangChain, and we are going to be using a couple of the community ones. For example, on the retrieval augmented generation demo, we will use one of those community packages to perform a operation. Okay, we picked our tools, right? Now it's time to start building our first AI application. 9 lines of code, including spaces and comments. Here we are going to create a basic completion. This is the most common or basic use case for an AI application, and it is what I call the hello world. So from LangChain, OpenAI, remember, this is the package that's part of the OpenAI partner. I'm importing the OpenAI class. Then I create an instance of that OpenAI class. And I'm specifying the model that I'm going to be using. In this case, is the GPT 3.5 Turbo Instruct. This is a text-based model that performs basic generations. And I'm going to set up a temperature. Temperature pretty much is a parameter that allows me to specify how similar are going to be the different answers this model is going to be returning. If I ask multiple times the same question, depending on the temperature, is going to be replying the same. Or if the temperature is higher, it's going to be more random. And then I'm going to be invoking that model with the prompt, with the question, or with the thing that I want to complete. So the good thing about LangChain is if I replace OpenAI to Cohere or to Anthropic, to one of those classes, and I just change the model name, because these third-party inference companies offer different models, the API is going to be the same. All of those abstract from a base, the class, the base model class, all of those have the invoke method. Most of them has the same parameters. So if in the future you have an application and you will replace one model with the other one, it's going to be very, very straightforward. So this is the basic example. Let's run it, because I want to run stuff. Okay, I have this application here. I'm going to be sharing you this website so you can take a look at the examples, copy the code, try it yourself, and also sharing some learning resources. Here, this is the basic completion example. So I'm going to be to ask the LLM to complete anything. So I can ask a very, very complex question like, what is love? And send this request to OpenAI, and it returns the answer. Yes, love is super complex. Or I can perform a completion, because it's pretty much what a LLM does. JavaScript Global Summit is a 3-day online conference for JavaScript developers. Okay, this is what it auto-completed. It might be true, it might be not. I am pretty sure it is today, not 3-day, but thank you very much for answering our completion or our question. Remember that I told you that we will use a tool to debug these AI calls. So this is a tool that it is part of LangChain. It's called Langsmith. It will perform tracing and logging on top of your AI application. If you are using LangChain, of course, this might be a paid product, but you will see that the execution of these queries is very cheap. So this is the question that we did first. What is love? Here we can see the value of that question. It was 4 prompt tokens, insignificant value in dollars, and 131 completion tokens. This is the response. It says the start time, the status, how much time did it took to do, and it's pretty much calling directly the OpenAI GPT 3.5 Turbo Instruct. So this is a very simple execution. And we can take a look at the other one. JavaScript Global Summit is, and you can see there is a completion, a 3D online conference of JavaScript, and it is telling us also the total tokens that it consumed, the amount of money. So this is a very good way for you to keep track of what your application is doing. Okay, let's continue with other examples. Now let's talk about this LangChain expression language. Of course, that was very basic, but we might want to perform more complex operations. So the expression language, it's a declarative way to compose change together. So a change is a flow of LLM operation executions. So normally parts of a change can be a prompt, a model, a large language model, pretty much a large language model API, a parser, a retriever, a tool, things that I can compose to create one specific operation. So in this example here, I have a prompt. I'm passing that prompt into an LLM, so the model, and then I'm passing the output of this call to the parser. If you see, this API is very similar to the Node.js Stream API, when we can pipe different operations and then we are going to get the result. So this is the chain. I composed this operation and then I can invoke that operation, similar to how we invoke the model directly. We pass an input and we get a result. So the best way to see this is with an example, of course. Here we have a little bit more complex example. In this example, we have now, this is not a basic text model. We are using a chat model. In this case, GPT-4o mini. Why mini? Because it's very, very cheap and it's fast. So we are using GPT-4o mini for our operation. We are using the chat OpenAI class in here. This will allow us to perform chat conversation or operations with an LLM. So now this is going to be more suitable for a conversation. Another class that we are using here from LangChain is the chat prompt template. So normally when I'm interacting with these APIs as a chat, there are going to be a system message. System message is the ground prompt, pretty much the initial prompt that I'm setting up the context of the whole conversation. We have human messages. These human messages are the things that I generate, and the AI or the agent message, it is the answer that the LLM responds. So here I am creating a template. This is a based prompt. I'm saying as a system prompt, you are a professional software developer who knows about language. So now we know that language is a variable, is an input that we are going to be using and replace within this template. Then the ask is return just the code without any explanations. We don't need the explanation of the code or anything like that. And don't enclose in Markdown, because usually OpenAI return the code in Markdown. And we are also specifying you can add inline comments if necessary. So this is the basic instruction. We are telling the AI, You are a professional software developer, you know about certain specific language, and you are going to return code this specific way. And then as a human, the ask that I'm going to do to this chat is generate the code for the following use case. I'm passing a use case, a problem. So we have two variables, the language and the problem. Then I create a chain. I'm going to compose these things. So I have the prompt template. I'm connecting the prompt template with the LLM. So it's going to get the prompt, pass it to the LLM, in this case, GPT-4o, and then the output is going to return it as a string. I'm going to return a basic string. And I can have different output parsers in this situation, but we are going to use something very similar, very simple here, which is a string. How can I execute this chain? I will invoke this chain, the same method that we saw before, and I will pass the two variables, Python and reverse a string. So this chain already knows the prompt, already knows that it is a chat with this specific model, already knows what are the input variables, and it's going to return a string. Let's execute this. Come back to the example. Oh, we have something more complex here. I don't have that very, very basic example. So let me go for the more complex one. So this is very basic. I'm returning just a string, but I have a little bit more complex example here. Oh, no, this is it. LCEL. I have it here. Sorry about that. Okay. So this is the same code that I was showing before. This is the prompt. This is the chain. This is the function that I'm going to be executing. And this is how can you execute it. You can execute it with runnables. This is another pattern or another abstract class that LangChain has, where I can pass pretty much the different classes that I have here. So instead of using pipe, I'm using an array, and this is how I call it. So now let's call this using JavaScript. Let's perform an operation. Let's do calculate Fibonacci with recursion. Let's generate code, and it generates JavaScript code solving a Fibonacci problem with recursion. I can change this with Elixir. I like Elixir, so it will give me the solution in Elixir. And I can pass another crazy language, Zig. It's one of those like common normal languages that are appearing out there, like similar to Rust, and it is giving us the solution. Does it know Gleam? Yep, it knows about those other languages as well. So see, we have a basic prompt, and I can just change the variables, and it will perform these operations. We can see on the tracing these operations here, that it is creating now in the trace a runnable sequence. And this runnable sequence uses the chat prompt template, the OpenAI model, and it's parsing the output as a string. So now we can see all of the different steps that this execution has. The one that I didn't have in the slides is the structure output. So remember that you can have like parser output. You can also specify a model or a schema using Zod or using JSON schema, these libraries for perform validation, and specify the shape of the output of the LLM operation. Usually, you need to add that to the prompt. You say, please return as a JSON object that has these different properties, blah, 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 so I can get the response I want. Here, LangChain has this ability to pass a structure output to the chain. So I have a chat model. I am creating an object schema using Zod. So it will return with an object that has a title, description, and an array of ingredients and an array of steps. So this is an application basic problem that you provide a list of ingredients and you get a recipe. So the LLM is going to come up with the recipe, and the answer is going to be exactly this JSON object. So you can use this output and add it to an UI or store it in the database. So you always make sure that the response is always the same. So now we are going to create that model with the structure output. So we pass that validation object as the structure, and then we create a execution. We are going to pass the messages, the system message, which is the grounding, the human message, which is the ask, the ingredients, and then it will return the object as an array, not as a string, but as a JavaScript object. So let's do an example here. So I have ham, cheese, I have bread. What can I do with that? And tomato. So give me a recipe with ham, cheese, bread, and tomato, and it will return a object. The recipe is called ham and cheese sandwich with tomato. It adds a description. It has a list of ingredients and the steps how to prepare it. I can modify the prompt, but make it Italian. I want an Italian sandwich. Let's see what does it change. And now it changed with mozzarella, with basil, olive oil, etc. But I'm always getting a JSON because I'm specifying that structure output. If I see the trace or the debug of this operation, it's still a runnable sequence. But now the answer is passing it to the JSON output key tools parser. So there is a specific parser that gets that answer and return it as a JSON. Well, this is YAML here because LangChain supports multiple types, but I can set it up as JSON and see the information here. So LangChain is doing all of this for me. Now let's continue with some other concepts here in our session. Some of the common AI application patterns, one is going to be the chat. Usually the chat is what we use for assistants or chatbots that perform conversation operations. And one of the main features that a chat can have or must have is context or memory. Pretty much the chat will remember the conversation that you are having with it. If you perform multiple calls to OpenAI, for example, if you ask a question, you get a response, then you ask another question, you will get a response that doesn't know anything about the previous operation. You will need to have a way to keep that memory, either sending the context within the second request, or there are like certain specific parts of the API when you can start like a session. But LangChain makes things a little bit, give you a little bit more control to build this type of operations. The other pattern are agents. An agent is basically an application or an LLM that can perform actions. You can give tools to the LLM, and the LLM will execute those tools depending on the context you are passing on the question. Tools like retrieve information or execute a function or call an API. And LangChain has a multiple set of tools, or you can create your own tools as well. So let's take a look at those two first, the chat and agents in our demo. Let me go to chat. So here I have a chat application. So using LangChain, I have a class to store the chat message history. I'm going to be outputting the information as a string. I can create a runnable, which is a change of operations that has a memory. And I will use chat OpenAI as the model. So then I will create a prompt. I will create a prompt template. So the system, the ground prompt is you are an assistant who is good at certain specific skill. Then I'm passing a message placeholder called history. It's where I'm going to be storing the messages. Right now, we are using an in-memory approach, but if you need to keep track of these messages, there are like Redis stores if you want to store it on a database or on a distributed system, or you can store it on a log. There are like multiple strategies that LangChain support. And then the human sends just a plain message. I create a change like we did before, chaining the prompt, the LLM, and the parser. We create the in-memory message story. Now we create a more complex chain that has that message story. So we pass the change that executes the whole prompt. We have the method that returns the message story and what is going to be the key of the message that I'm going to be sending and what is the key of the placeholder where I'm going to be keeping the story. And we will see in the tracing how this looks like when we are doing the calls to the LLM. And then I can ask a question. So I pass the skill and the message. And then for purposes, we need to pass a session ID. This is when we are using a memory store like Redis or something like that, we might need to keep the story of the session that is open. We don't want to be sharing our story with other people. Right now, we have this hard code. And let's perform an operation here. So you are specialized in something that I like a lot in Dungeons and Dragons, right? So my chatbot knows about Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm going to be telling, let's play. I will be a druid orc called Julian. And so it replies, great choice, Julian, the druid orc. Sounds like fascinating character. Before we dive into adventure, so we start kind of like with the first instructions. Does it remember my name and what I am? So can you tell me my name and my class? It should return that my name is Julian and I am a druid. Why? Even though this is a second call to the OpenAI API, it already knows the information from the previous message because we are storing that information within the context, within the message story. So if we take a look at the trace, here we have two calls. Now this is a little bit more complex. It has a story. Right now, if I, yes?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we are so out of schedule, and I would kindly like to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up pretty fast.
Thank you. Amazing.
Okay, so it gets the story, and on the other one, you are going to see that now we have more messages. And last but not least, now that we need to go pretty fast, let's go with retrieval augmented generation. So I told you retrieval augmented generation is a way to augment a prompt with a context or with information that I'm bringing from a third party. So to bring this information from a third party or a database, I might need to perform a similarity search using a vector database, and I need to convert this information into a vector, into an embedding. So for that, we can use an embedding model. Usually this is a model that transforms text into vectors. OpenAI offers one of those models, but you can see different other services that has other different models to perform the same operation. Here I'm transforming a text using an embedding model, and it gives me a vector representation. And then for the operation per se, what I'm going to be doing is when I ask a question, I will perform a query to the database. So I convert that question into a vector, perform the query into the database to see if the database knows anything that it's related or close to the question that I'm asking using a similarity search. And with that information, it will augment the prompt so we can get the response from the prompt. Now, as the example, now that we need to go fast, retrieval augmented generation here, we will load a video. This is from last year JS Global Summit. Let's load the video. So what this is going to do, it's fail, of course, because I am running and the demo will fail. Okay, this demo will fail. Fantastic. It was working previously, but I might have another video here. Let's say, what is Heroku? I have a video that might work. Let me see if this video works. If not, I will go with agents. Nope. For some reason, the thing that fetches the videos, it's failing. Fantastic. So long story short, it will fetch the transcripts of that video. It will store that information into the database, and then I can ask questions to that video depending of what it's being said on it. And the other one is an agent. It's pretty much a way I can let an LLM to perform operations. Here I have code, and I will share this code with this URL with you. When I am giving the LLM two tools, one tool to consult the Wikipedia and the other tool to check the weather by city. So the LLM knows how to perform those two things. You know about the weather and you know about Wikipedia. So I can ask questions. What is the weather in London, for example? So it will just execute one tool, which is the get weather, and how many inhabitants live in London. So now it will use two tools, one to get the weather and the other one to get the information from Wikipedia. If we see the trace, we can take a look at the last execution. Now it's using tools. One tool is get weather, and the other tool is the Wikipedia query run, which is getting the data that it returns from the Wikipedia page. And now it is composing everything together to get me the response. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So those were the examples. Sorry, the RAG didn't work. Live coding, live demos as usual. This is where you can find the resources and the website. So sforce.co, build AI apps at Oku, or you can scan that QR code to get access to that demo. I promise I will fix the RAG after this session during the Q&A to see what happened. Get these resources. I am sharing with you, basically in this website, this list of different links with example applications, blog posts, videos, and techniques that you can use to learn how to build AI applications using different open source technologies. And if you click on the title, you will get to the examples. And thank you very much. And I hope you have some questions after this talk. And Sia, I finished.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the talk. It was amazing. And your energy, your charisma is always bringing us to life. So yeah, we have like some minutes left for the Q&A session. And I'm so grateful Mohammed stayed with us. Hi, Mohammed. Thank you for making the Q&A. Thank you. So let's start with questions from Mohammed. So what's the best way to make sure Prompts AI fits well with an app's specific needs and tasks?
What's the best way? Actually, it's a tricky one because, AI for, generative AI and the API that we talked about is non-deterministic. So it means that you're dealing with a prompt. So if I say that there is a best way there, if you put this kind of prompt and stuff, you're going to get the result. No, because even from model to model, you should optimize your prompts, based on that model. For instance, we were just talking about, for instance, OpenAI. So if you move to Gemini, your prompt might be a little bit different because if you adapt it to that model, you will get the best result out of it. So a specific need and tasks. So I just suggest everybody to focus more on prompt engineering. So in that case, you know, you're gonna do more based. You're gonna achieve more based on the prompt that you're gonna put there.
Great, great. Thank you for the answer. Next question for Julian.
Yes.
When turning documents into embeddings, how do we deal with unclear or confusing text?
Weird or confusing text. Well, there are like approaches where you can clean up text using certain tools, especially if you're using like odd characters or things like that. Usually I have experienced problems, for example, with PDFs that you can extract text, but doesn't know how to extract data from tables or images. So it depends on the retrievers you are using to fetch the data. So one good approach is to first test the type of information you are bringing in before storing that information into the database. So you can test the retrievers, making sure that the text you are bringing from the documentation is good, tweak, and then perform the embedding and storing operation.
Great, great. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for the answer. Next one
I
is
can
from
put some comments on this one as well, if you don't mind, Julia. Yeah, because I was dealing with PDFs in one of my projects as well. So PDFs and HTML documents and stuff, mostly we call them unstructured data, right? And there is a good plugin, there's a good library in Python unstructured, and it has a lot of strategy how you're gonna chunk your data by title and so on and so forth. So by using that, maybe you can achieve a better result from PDF, HTMLs and stuff.
Great. Thank you for the recommendation. And let's move to the next question. So when it comes to AI, we always receive questions regarding privacy, security, safety. So how does Chrome's built-in AI protect user privacy when it works locally? Are there any downsides compared to using cloud AI?
Yeah, so let's focus on the first part first. It's about the privacy. Privacy matters when you're using local LLMs, because none of your data would be sent to any kind of servers. So your data would stay on your local machine. So if you send it over the wire to somewhere else, first of all, you have already sent it. It's gonna go to a server. They might or might not use it for training purposes as well. So they're going to use your data for training purposes. Maybe later in a couple of months, you might get suggestions like your contents. For instance, there is a code that was confidential and stuff, and you have already sent it to some LLMs, and they use it for training, right? For instance, if you use Copilot on your machine, at the end of the day, Copilot, extract data with the RAG that Julia, for instance, mentioned, with similarity and the stuff, put the context, send it to LLM. So they're going to see your code, right? So there is a, privacy issue there. Because of that, in some big companies, for instance, using Copilot is restricted, or using some LLMs are restricted. So that's why. So if you use local LLMs, it's not a thing. So everything would be on your local. So yeah, you're safe. And are there any downside compared to using cloud AI? I guess the biggest downside of using local LLMs, I guess it's the superpower that I mentioned during the talk. What does it mean? It means that the cloud LLM is cloud LLM. It's so big, thousands of terabytes, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm just imagining. But the LLM that you have on your machine, it might be even 1 terabyte. So it means that they have a lot of content. They train their model so heavily with a lot of content that can perform better human language tasks.
Great.
In that topic, one thing that, for example, our company does, Salesforce, when using these third-party inference models to protect customer data, private data, is using techniques like data masking. So in the local server, before sending the prompt to the LLM, all the PYY information, all the customer information, things like that get hashed, get some sort encrypted. The prompt is being sent. That information is being kept and being replaced. And then when the response comes back, it gets unmasked. So it's getting the rest of the context and is working with the rest of the message, but the private data is being kept safe that way. Or the other one, it's well, they're like open source models that you can host on your own infrastructure. So you don't need to depend on these third-party inference models if you want to keep the data safe. That's the recommended approach.
Yeah,
Wow.
totally correct. Totally correct. Actually, it is right. And also, masking, yeah, definitely perfect. And also, in some cases, for instance, our company, yeah, they are doing something like this in some project, and on some other projects, they came with the conclusion. They came with a contract with GCP in order to not use our data for training. So if we send something to LLM, our data won't be used for training purposes.
Great solution. Thank you for answering, and thank you for bringing in this discussion. And the next question is also open for both of you, because the author of the question didn't let us know with the address to how to handle history with Llama Index.
That's a very good one. I have not used Llama Index myself, so not sure how to handle that. It should have like some sort of construct to do that, or abstraction. If it doesn't, you can, on the messages you are sending to the LLM, you can keep a growing list of the messages you are sending back and forth. But what does that mean is that the next API call that you are doing to the LLM is going to be larger than the previous, and that might come into a point where you are going to reach out the context window of that model. So not exactly sure how Llama Index solved that issue, but that's pretty much the internal implementation of these message histories, to be expanding the prompt with the messages that has been coming back and forth.
Yeah, totally correct. Anyway, we are sending, if you have, for instance, a history of chat that you need to pass to LLM, and you want to interact with those data as well, like the thing that I showed you during the talk. So in these cases, yeah, you're gonna reach the limit token of that specific LLM based on which LLM you're using. For instance, I don't know, Gemini Pro is having 1 million, 2 million tokens. So yeah.
So there is a quick Google search, and the abstraction is called Chat Store, and it has a class called Chat Memory Buffer for those purposes in Llama Index. And you can define the limit of tokens that it will keep, so you don't go up to those limits.
Great. Thank you for answering the question. And one more question for Julian. How does pgvector in ProgressQL stack up against other vector databases for handling large similarity searches in RAG applications?
So this is through the indexes that it supports. Vector information is also indexed. pgvector, hence it's an open source model, it's also adding like support for multiple indexes. I forgot the name of the two main indexes that it supports today. But let me quick here. It uses a HNSW and IVF flat indexes. So that's the one that can make all of those similarity searches faster. If you see on recent iteration, on recent versions of pgvector, it's increasing in performance and getting like good comparison with other databases like Pinecone or Weaviate or some of the like popular ones out there.
Great. Thank you for the answer. And I think that's it from the questions. Also, during the first Q&A session today, we received questions regarding literacy. So maybe you have some books in mind, or any pieces of content you would like to share with the audience to check it out, or give us a recommendation what sources to use to learn. Please feel free to share now.
Oh yeah, I have one resource. It's my favorite and pretty much where I learn most of these AI development content is a site called deeplearning.ai. This is Andrew and G's startup when they're like teaching all of these AI ML content. They have a lot of free resources, free courses. And as Mohammed said, the first one that I will recommend is the prompt engineering for developers. So it will teach you the very basics, how to properly ask questions to the LLM. When you master that, when you master the way to ask the questions or to prompt, then you can perform the other operations. And you will find Llama Index, LangChain in both Python, JavaScript. It has a lot of good information in there. So that's my favorite resource, deeplearning.ai.
Great.
Actually, same as well. Same as well. Deep learning that AI. At least a good start, you know.
Yeah.
In some cases, you might need more information, more, content. But I guess it's a kickoff. So yeah, just to stick to that. Just follow the trends. I always tell people, just follow the trends. So if AI is hyped, yeah, sometimes it is a buzzword. It has been hyped a lot, but it's good to predict the future. So if you learn it, you're gonna have a better ability to predict the future, even for your career.
Perfect. Thank you for this Q&A session, guys. Thank you for joining us live. Thank you for answering all the questions and preparing your amazing presentations. It's always a pleasure to cooperate with both of you. So yeah, we're so grateful.
Of course.
Thank you.
And by the way, for one that want to execute the rack demo, do it locally. I just checked that YouTube blocked my IP remotely, so this is why it didn't work. But yeah, it works locally if you give it a try.
Great. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you very
also,
much.
just one last thing, that's the source code that I showed is available on my GitHub as well, if you want to check it.
Perfect. Thank you for these tiny tips and advantages. And yeah, that's it. We are ready to move to the next block. Thank you, guys.
Enjoy.
Of course. Yeah, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
And let's move to the third block of JavaScript Global Summit 24. Actually, the previous one was more AI oriented. I hope you liked it because it's like a hot topic right now. And yeah, I'm so happy that we paid so much attention to this matter. And let's move to the third one. Our first speaker presenting in this block will be Manuel Meya, who is tech leader at buildinglink.com. His topic is performance mastery, optimizing web apps with data. Always useful thing to discuss, to learn something new on. So welcome to stage, Manuel.
Hi, my name is Manuel, and today we're gonna talk about performance mastery, optimizing web apps with data. So typically, when we talk about web apps optimization, we usually focus on the architecture, the best tools to use this and that. Nothing is bad about that. But what if we can tweak exactly where we need it using data? So that's what we are going to talk about today. So before starting, let's talk a little bit about me. I'm a tech lead at Building Link. I have more than 10 years experience working in web applications. I love to work on the front end side of the application because that's what the users see, right? I also have a blog called blog.manuelmejia.io. You can see my latest post there and see well, I'd like to share anything interesting on that blog post. Another, I would say, cool information about me is that I'm Dominican, but I live in Canada. So if you want to know anything about beaches and also where to ski, just let me know at the end of this talk. Okay, so let's start with this question. How do typically developers assess if their web apps are performing well, right? So this is the diagram. If web app is under 2 seconds, yes, all good. Not all good. but let's see what some research tells about this. We're going to talk about few industry research. We're going to cover a bounce rate, conversion rate, expected load times, mobile versus desktop, and consumer perspective. The first one, this is a super interesting one. This is from Think with Google, and talk about bounce rate. When we talk about bounce rate, we can say is when a user enter to your web applications, right? And then for any reason bounce to another to another application, right? In this case, we are talking about loading times, right? So when a user from 1 to 3 seconds, the increase of bounce rates goes to 32%. From 1 to 5 seconds, that means above 5 seconds, it probably bounced, increased 90%. So you can see more than the double. And when we goes to 6 seconds, it's over 100%. So that means you already lost the user. And 10 seconds, it's way worse, right? So we can see that. Conversion rate. Just to explain this a little bit, when we talk about conversion rate, we are referring, for example, if your application have a sign up process or sign up to a newsletter or anything that you want the user to do in your application, that's what we say conversion rate. So if you can see here also in this graphic, we can see how we start with 1 second. Let me see if I can use the mouse here. From 1 second, and it start decreasing as we progressively increase the time in terms of load speed, right? Or load time. So what is the expected load times between mobiles and desktop, right? So this is from a survey from Feinstack. No, sorry, the source is Feinstack, but the research is from Chemistry. So I will focus on two things here because just not to cover them all. So if we see in the 11% of the users said that they expect the load time to be much lower on their phone, right? That's what they expect. But there is a 25% that they expect load times on their phone to be almost as fast as their desktop. And the majority in this survey is said they expect their load time to be a bit slower on their phone. So, right? So that's what they expect in terms of the device they are using. And in terms of consumer perspective in general, this is a research from Unbounce. 15% of the users blame their mobile carrier. We can say mobile carrier ISP, the internet provider, right? They say that's what the problem is. 34% said is the website or the web application per se, right? And 50% said it's due to slow internet connection. So we can say we are kind of safe because they overthink that this is happening because of the internet connection. So we are kind of safe, right? But load time is important, but it's not the only factor. So we need to take into consideration other aspects of the web app. So for that, we are going to talk about some web applications, KPIs. I'm going to focus on these 5 KPIs. There are more, of course, but I feel these ones are the most important in terms of how the user perceives our web application. So we're going to talk about load time, first contentful paint, large contentful paint, AJAX response time, and error rate. Okay, let's start with the load time. Load time in general is how fast your web app loads at all, right? So I'm using my personal website. It's not a web app per se because I don't have a backend here, but let's assume it is. So for this one, the load time is, as you can see here in this red square, is 2 seconds. Let's say 2 seconds, right? Which is in average good, right? Another KPI that we can see here is the first contentful paint. What is the first contentful paint? It's the first element in your application. It could be a text, an image, anything in the DOM that loads at the beginning. So the user can see something when it's loading. So it's taking here 0.6 seconds, which is really good. We also have the large contentful pane, which is 0.8, which is also good. The large contentful pane, just to explain a little bit, is what is the biggest element in your web application. Again, it could be a text, an image, a component, anything that is part of your DOM. Ajax response time. This is also another good KPI because it's measured how much time it takes for any HTTP request to be served. So as we can see here on this website, it's taking under half a second to load all the Ajax response times, which is kind of good too, right? And the last one is the error rate. So this is how many errors within a session a user is receiving. As you can see here, we have a few of them. If I'm not mistaken, this is because I blocked a few calls to YouTube for some videos that I have here. Okay, so one thing we need to define in terms of the KPI are the thresholds, right? So we can say when something is good, fair, that means needs improvement, or poor, which is really bad, right? So I'm not gonna read them all, but let's take into consideration, for example, the load time. If a page is loading under 2.5 seconds, we can consider it's good. Fair if it's between 2.5 and 4 seconds. Poor if it's above 4 seconds. And also for the rest of them, we can see here how the first contentful pane, like if load under 1.8 seconds is good, large contentful pane under 2.5 seconds is good, and the Ajax response time under 5 milliseconds we can consider good, and error rate if it's less than 1%, also we can consider good. Okay, I have shown you here using the dev tool, the Chrome dev tool in this case, also some of the Lighthouse in the Chrome dev tool, which is an awesome tool. The only problem with this is that it's a manual tab. You have to come here, start testing, and improving here and there. It can give you a lot of information. It's useful. I won't say that it's not, but you would like to have something that is proactively checking your web app and telling you where there is a problem. So for that, we're gonna talk about browser monitoring tools. For this specific presentation, I will use New Relic, and I'm selling New Relic. I'm not sponsored by they or anything like that, but I would like to use this tool because it's something that I have used. Is easy to use. It gives you all the information that you need to monitor your application. They have different tiers. You can start with the free tier and keep upgrading as you progressively need. So, but there are more browser monitoring tools such as Datalog. So yeah, there are more than this. So let's start with the I have a demo. Yeah, I have a demo here with New Relic. So we are gonna install New Relic, the New Relic snippet, set up some KPIs, alerts, so we can get alert when something is out of range. Service level indicators and service level objectives. Due to time constraint, I have already set up the browser monitor for my personal web application, but basically it's the normal sign up process for any tool that you have used before. You sign up, and then you have to choose a browser monitoring tool. And once you create your browser monitoring tool, they will create a snippet for you. Let me show you here, application settings. And they have these snippets that you need to include in the head of your application. There is also a possibility to use no package for this, but for the sake of this demo, I will use the snippet. So I just grabbed the snippet. I went to my application, my website here, go to public in the index HTML. They say put it in the head tag. So I include it here. So that's the only thing you need to do to start using New Relic in your application. Okay, we have that there in place. So after you install that, you will notice one thing. For example, if I come here in the network, New Relic. Let me see if I can. I think it's New Relic. Let me refresh. Maybe it's not there anymore. Here we go. These are the calls that New Relic is making from my application. So that's how I know if it's working or not. So let's see what we have here in this tool. So at a glance, we have a summary where we can see how our application is behaving in terms of error rate, large contentful pane. Good. This is the default the default view that you have when you enter to New Relic. But you can have more information such as page view, the Ajax. You can go in detail in this browser monitoring tool. But one thing I like to do is when we are monitoring application is to create our own custom dashboard. So we only focus on what we need to monitor. So in this case, I have created this dashboard, and super easy to use, by the way. It's drag and drop. You add widget here, there. Nothing crazy about this. And the language that they are using to create these widgets is SQL. So if you're familiar with SQL, it will be super easy for you. As you can see, for example, this is the first widget that I have here, which is the average duration of the page. So I just do a query to the average duration from the page view since 1 day ago and targeting to my website. Okay, so I have created all of this. As you can see, we mentioned before, it's good to have KPI for time loading, right? I can see also like over the time how it's behaving. The same for first contentful page. As you can see here, we can see the time for large contentful page. All of this again is if I open here, is using the query, the SQL query that they have here, right? And you can start creating your own queries. There are a lot of useful information in YouTube about how to create these widgets. I can share with you later, so you can start creating your own dashboard with your preferred widgets. I like also to monitor how, in average, the AJAX response times are taken, and also detailed or each of these AJAX calls. We can see, for example, where these calls are coming from. You can see it's Ottawa, Canada, where I'm located right now. What type of device I'm using, etc. You can see that information here. Also, you can see the errors that you are getting in your application. You can see over the time, and also the information of these errors. I will, for demo purpose, right? I will trigger an error here, and let's see if we can see it in live. Let me copy this. Go to the console log and fire this. Okay, I think this will trigger the error. Let me go back to these error logs and let me query by 5 minutes. And here it is. So yeah, as you can see, we have our error here, and it's telling where it's coming from and all that information here and the error message that we're getting. So we have all that here. Another thing that I want to show you real quick here, there is a lot of like tooling here, but I don't want to overwhelm you. I just want to, for you to grasp the idea of what you can do here and how with using this tool, you can see like over the time how your application is behaving, and so you can tweak it where it is needed. I also have set up alerts here. So let me see, in alerts policy, I have set up this initial policy, and I have set up just one alert for you to see. So it's when my application is about 1 second, I want to receive an alert and see and see what is the problem. So I can get also a notification on the email. So I will click here. As you can see, when you set an alert, it's also another query. You put your query here. You define your thresholds, right? Depending on how you want. Sorry, let me put it here on the edit. Let me put it on edit mode. So you define your threshold, right? And the window duration that you want to start monitoring this. So I say like every minute, start using that frame. If the load time is if about 1 second, I want to receive an alert. One thing from here is like I'm using 1 second just for the purpose of this demo, but you can set up 2.5 as we have talked before in terms of threshold. And the window, this can, we can tweak this depending on our application. For example, it might be the case that you have an internal web application, so you don't want to track like under 2.5 seconds, could be under 3 if your users are okay with that, so nothing bad about it. And another interesting part of this is that within your alerts, you can create alert policies, and on these alert policies, you can set up notifications. There are many multiple type of notification. For example, you can set up a notification for Slack, for email, for any other particular messaging type that you want. For this example, I have set up my my email here. So if you can come and go to Edit Workflow, as you can see, I have set up my personal email here. But as I mentioned, you can send Slack, Jira, can create Jira tickets, PagerDuty, have a lot of different channels to send the notifications. And okay, I have covered this. And one last thing I would like to show you is the service level. Super important. Let me come here. So I have set up just one for now, just we can see it running. So when we talk about service level objectives is when we say, okay, 90%, 95, for example, in this case, 95% of the time, my page, in this case, is success. If I'm not mistaken, that's when you load your application and you don't receive any error. Okay, let me just query this real quick. Edit. So yeah, the page view, and we count as valid. Yeah, here we go. First errors in session is true. So we can say like 95% of the time when we serve our application, depending on the time compliance, we don't get an error. So we can set up this for example, for first contentful pane, we can set up this different. So we can see how over the time our application is behaving in terms of the SLO that we have defined here. And this is super useful because sometimes even if we have for example, in the dashboard where we have average result, that doesn't mean how your application is behaving over the time, because this is just average, but you would like to make sure, like, depending on your SLO, right? As we said, 95% of the time, I want my web application to behave in this way. So that's why it's important to set up the SLO and SLA here. So something to consider when you are setting up this tool. I know there are going to be a lot of questions about the new Relic, but I just want, again, you to grasp the concept of what you can do with a monitoring tool instead of you monitoring, going here, using the dev tool or any other particular tool that you're using. So you proactively can monitor your web application and know where to make the tweaks, right? There are also other, like within the new Relic or any other browser monitoring tool that is synthetic monitoring, which is that it simulates that it's a user, so it's also proactively gathering information for you even before a user receives like any error or any slowness within the application. Okay, that's it for now. thank you. Again, my name is Manuel. You can find me on manuelmejia.io. And you want to send me an email, my email is me@manuelmejia.io. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Manuel, for this wonderful presentation and for sharing your insights with our community. And we are finally keeping up with the agenda, which I'm super happy about. And I'm also not less excited to invite our next speaker to the stage, who is Raymond Camden, a senior developer evangelist from Adobe. He is author of multiple books of web development and has been actively blogging and presenting for almost 20 years. So this amazing expert in the field will share his presentation now. Hi, Raymond. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Also fine. Thank you for joining us live. So I'm adding your slides to the stage and leaving you to do your magic.
Cool. Let's do it. Let me get my mouse over here. I will skip over the introduction because I've already been introduced and I have 16 minutes of material to cover in 30 minutes. However, real quick, I will point out that my blog, raymondcamden.com, if you have any questions at all about what I'm talking about today, I love to get your questions because I get to turn them into awesome blog posts and help other people. Absolutely feel free to reach out to me and ask me anything at all about web components, the web, cats, kids, etc., Star Wars, and so forth. So if you want a copy of all the demos that I'm showing today and this particular slide deck, you can see it on screen there. Normally, this is where I would wait for you to take a picture, but you're watching this live or you're watching a recording and you could pause and you could see the URL there. And my basic game plan, my thinking about how I want to do this is we're going to talk about the what, the why, the how, show you some examples, and then give you some next steps for how to go forward with this technology. I will point out I've been working with web components for over a year, maybe 2 years now. I still feel like it's a radical new addition to the web platform, and I still feel like I'm kind of learning the best ways to work with it. So keep that in mind when you look at examples. And if you visit my blog and see some of my earlier blog posts, I may be doing things differently than I do them now. All right. So let's talk about the what. What are they? Web components are a way to create custom HTML elements. That includes both the layout and style as well as the interactivity. These are defined in JavaScript, first introduced way back in 2011, and they are very, very well supported now in 2024 with a couple minor caveats. And you get one guess as to which browser causes issues. And I'll just spoil it for you, Safari. What Safari does not support really won't impact most web components. Just keep in mind that it is very safe to use. You could definitely start using it in production now. So web components consist of 3 core technologies: custom elements, the shadow DOM, and HTML templates. We're going to deep dive into all those in the next 30 minutes. So why? That's always an important question to ask. Not every web technology is something that you should rush out and immediately use. Some are more appropriate in certain areas than others. So web components do things like give us reusability. So if I have built something together that has a certain look and a certain interactivity, being able to reuse that in multiple pages is a good thing. It also allows us to do things in a very consistent way. So you're working on your company's intranet and you have a very particular way of how things are laid out. Web components can help us create that consistency. Also, this is a technology that you may see more in use in frameworks and UI libraries, and that's okay. There are web technologies out there that are not really meant to be used by everybody, but more in use by people who are building frameworks. I think web components kind of straddles both worlds there, where I can absolutely see individuals using it, and as well as UI libraries and frameworks and so forth. And one more example of where web components can be really cool is in progressive enhancement. And I have a great demo at the end that shows that in action. So now let's deep dive into the actual technology behind this. We're going to start with custom elements. And we have a question, what happens when an HTML element is not recognized? Well, let's click here to find out. That sounds safe. We're going to open up DevTools, go into our elements, and you can see right here, I have a web page. It looks totally fine, but this is foo here, I have an invalid HTML element. And that's okay, because for 20 plus years, browsers have said, you're going to be sending me some stuff. I'm going to do my best to render it, and I'm going to fail as best as I can. In this case, if you actually dig a little bit deeper into what foo is, it becomes a HTML unknown element of some sort. Essentially, it becomes a div. The practical thing to keep in mind is that the browser's totally fine with that. So how can we fix it? How can we make it so that we can have a foo element that actually does something? This will be the custom elements API. Let's do define a custom element. First, with the name, you have to use kebab case and you must have a dash. Do not forget that. And then you will write a JavaScript class. Now, if you don't often, or maybe you've never written a JavaScript class, that is completely okay. This is an incredibly simple example of this in action. If you've never seen this, I bet you can probably guess as to what's going on. I will be honest, when I started working with web components, that was the first time I ever wrote a class in JavaScript, and it did not slow me down at all. So within our class, we will have access to the DOM and we can output things. So for example, in this case, I'm setting inner HTML to a p tag and some text. And if we open this up and open up my elements again, you could see I have two custom components here, two web components, custom elements, foocat, and they are actually rendering out. And if we look at the code here, and hopefully this is large enough for you all to see, let me know if not. But I have my HTML, foocat, and foocat, and then my custom element right there. 10 lines of code basically saying, hey, when you were created, I want you to write this to the HTML. And this API call here, this is where I say, I want to add an element, foo-cat. And again, we have to have that kebab case. We have to have that dash in there. And I point it to the class that implements this particular thing. By the way, I will warn you now, all of my examples have HTML, CSS, JavaScript in one file. That is just to make it easier while I'm presenting. Absolutely, in the real world, you would move this into an external JavaScript file. All right, that's the simple one. Let's get this a little bit more powerful. We can add attributes just like any other HTML element out there. Your code can then inspect and do things based on what those attributes are. As an example of how this looks, I've gone into the constructor for my class, and again, for my little foocat web component, and I am going to look to see if I have an attribute called name. If I do, I'm going to get that value. And then the actual inner HTML, that output will change based on that. The logic that you would have here in the real world will depend on what you're building. In this particular case, my logic was, hey, I support a name attribute. If you don't pass it, I will default to nameless. And we could pop this open and we see two custom elements. I have a foocat with no name and a foocat with a name of Zelda. I will show you the code real quick, but it's pretty much what you saw on screen. And if I were to modify that name, it would react accordingly. If I added more foocats with or without names, it would react accordingly. So far, so good and pretty simple, I hope. You can get more complex. So in this particular case, I have a web component called placePixum that is going to look for a height and width and have some defaults. And it's going to use that when it renders out a image tag. And if we open this up, scroll down a little bit. I have those web components. Place pixum once with no height and width, and once with the actual height and width defined right there. Again, I will show the code pretty quickly because it's exactly what you saw on the on screen there. But there are my two web components, and there is the logic behind it. I could get more complex here. I could have a max height and width, and I could do whatever makes sense there. If you pass something too big, I could switch to a default. If you pass something too big, I could decide to render nothing and use the console to say, hey, you passed a width of 9,000, the max is 1,000, et cetera, et cetera. You have flexibility to essentially handle this in whatever way makes sense for whatever custom logic that you want to build. So when I said that the attributes are the same as regular HTML elements, yeah, they are mostly the same. However, if you need to notice that an attribute can change, you have to tell the component. And then you have to actually write code to handle those changes. Now, luckily, this is not too hard. When you build your web component class, you have two things that you can add to it. You can create a getter for observed attributes. This essentially returns an array of attributes that the web component is concerned about. Like, hey, if you change one of these guys, I need to know. You then write an event handler called attribute changed callback that will get past the name of the attribute changing and the old and the new value. And then at that point, you do whatever, whatever would make sense in that case. So we will open up a quick demo here, and I need to actually change that URL because that demo broke. I like to use a couple of different image placeholder services. I had one that was using a bacon placeholder service, and unfortunately, it's no longer working. But here are two images, and you can see I have one without a height and width, one with a width and a height defined. I'm going to go in my console, and I'll make that a little bit bigger for y'all. And we're going to query selector, and I called that, I forgot what I called it, place pixum. Place pixum. Make sure that code worked. It did. It found the first one. And we are going to change that width to 700. And then what's going to happen is that it's actually going to update. You can see a new image there. I have some console messages. If we look at the code for that, I'll scroll down. And you can see I have said that in this particular web component, I care about the width and height. So if you change those, let me know. I have the attribute changed callback. And essentially what I did was take the code that created the URL using this placeholder service. I made it a function called getURL. I have a function called render that basically says, hey, create an image source, get the URL from getURL and render it out. So now when you initially create this element, it could use that to output the HTML. And it recognizes if you change that it needs to reset that URL and re-render it out. I feel like I did that a little bit quick. Hopefully that made sense to you. There are some more events that you can use in web components. I've already talked about attribute changed callback. Connected callback is when it's actually, when the web component's actually put into the DOM. You're going to see an example of that in a second. Disconnected will be called when it's taken out. This is really important if you have a web component that's doing anything on a timer. So you could imagine a web component that maybe every minute makes an AJAX call and it shows a current stock price, for example. If you actually take that out of the DOM, you need code to handle that, to say, hey, stop doing that scheduled event every minute. Adopted callback would be if a web component moves from one DOM to another. Maybe you would do that with iframes. I've not seen that in the wild, but it's there for you if you need it. So let's consider a particular example. So all of my examples so far have been just write a couple web components on the page, show them, etc. However, you can create DOM elements via JavaScript. And you've probably done that with div tags and p tags and so forth. But once you have defined a custom web component, you can create an element out of it just like anything else. So what happens if you do this? So I'm going to show you ccfix. Let me actually go back to here, ccfix.html. And I have a couple web components on here. And let's actually go into the code real quick. And the only thing I did was add a button such that if I click it, it's going to add a new foocat element to my DOM. When I run this, it's going to throw me some errors. The result must not have children. The reason it's doing this is because when I created that element, I did not actually have it in the DOM. So line 35 created it, line 36 actually dropped it in. When it was trying to actually write out its contents, it was not able to do so properly. It wasn't able to work with attributes. It didn't exist yet. Essentially, having this code in the constructor is what caused the issue. Because we have an event now, connected callback, that will run when the web component is plopped into the DOM, we can just move that logic right into there. So this is the second version of the file, ccfix2.html. The rest of the code is the same, so I have a button to add it. Now, if I run that particular example, ccfix2, we can add cats like crazy, and it works just fine. Net result of that is that when I first started using web components, I did everything in my constructor. Now I do pretty much everything in the connected callback. Instead, not really much of anything in my constructor. Live and learn, right? That's what happens. You start playing with something, you get a bit more advanced, you break things, and you learn. All right, second major tenet of our technologies is the shadow DOM. It sounds really cool, but really it's just an encapsulated DOM tree for your component. If you're not aware, very, very quickly, your web page is a DOM tree. It's a set of the elements that specify the layout and what is constructed in your actual web page. Web components can essentially have their own tree. This can be hidden from JavaScript if you want, and primarily is used to prevent CSS leakage. You've seen this already for many, many years with some of the more advanced input types. So for example, if we look at the input type equals date, we'll scroll in there. This is actually built with a inner hidden tree that creates that form field with the MMDDYY, etc. That builds that little calendar thing there. And you can actually enable that. And I'm going to spend like 2 seconds looking for this. There we go. Yeah, in your DevTool console, show user agent shadow DOM. If you enable that and go back to your elements, now that input type equals date, you can actually see how the browser builds that. You can see the divs. You can see like where the little calendar thing comes in. So you've already seen the examples of this. Web components allow you to do something very, very similar. So the way that you would do it is you would use an API method called attach shadow. One of the arguments is whether it's open or closed. And this is how, if you would want to block JavaScript from kind of digging into the DOM and looking at it. Don't necessarily see a reason why you would do that, but you can. What you get back, that shadow root value that's now attached to your class, is a DOM tree. And you could just write stuff in there. So if we look at an example of this, this is my foocat. Once again, no real change. But now if we go in here, we can see that we have a shadow root. Net result is that looks the exact same. If we go into shadow 1, I'll show that real quick. You can see here, I'm just using attach shadow like so. By the way, a lot of the MDN, Mozilla Developer Network docs, they won't use inner HTML. They will create a P DOM element. They will set the inner text of the P. They will attach the P to the DOM. I find inner HTML to be a heck of a lot quicker to work with, but you will see examples of both. So moving on quickly, why do we bother with this? Any CSS defined in the parent will not impact the component anymore. And your component could actually define its own CSS without worrying about anything defined in the parent. So if we look at an example of this, you see I have a couple of different things going on here CSS-wise, some pink and some rainbow. If we look at the code behind this, I'm going to scroll up to the top. I have defined a paragraph style. I put a padding on it. I put a color. My foocat is outputting its own paragraph tags, but I can define my CSS for that, again, just using P. And because I'm using the shadow DOM, it's going to use the CSS I defined there instead. That's a simple example of that. You can also get quite a bit more complex. I'm going to do this real quickly because I don't get complex with CSS. I'm pretty much where CSS goes to die because I'm bad at design. But you can define CSS for the component using a host keyword. You can also define it for when your web component has a particular selector on it, as well as, and this is kind of cool, you could say, hey, I want a certain style for when my web component is inside of something else. So as a couple of examples here, and you're seeing the result on screen, let me actually show you how it looks. So I still have my basic P with a pink, still have my foocat. Do notice that I have two of them, one that's kind of as is and one's inside a block quote. And I have kind of further defined my CSS here where I could say, hey, if I use this web component inside a block quote, I want to actually have a blue outline. If I have a pink class on it, then I want to have a pink outline on it. I don't think, yeah, I did actually use that. I added a class equals pink there. If we go back to the demo, you could see how that is being impacted, all different from the root containing element CSS with just a basic pink background. Again, that's a lot of power. How you would use it would depend on what you're doing. Third part of the stack, HTML templates, lets you define HTML and CSS not rendered to the page. This can be then cloned and appended to the DOM. I'm not a fan of it, and I'll show you why. I'll open up a demo here, and let me show you the code behind this, because visibly this is boring as heck. But I have a template tag within my code, and that's actually not going to be rendered on page. So where it says my paragraph, and that's above that H2, we go back, you can see it is not there. It's in the DOM tree. It's not showed. My web component can actually pick that up. So it's going to get an element by ID, in this case, my paragraph. It's going to clone that and then work with it. Now, there are some performance benefits for using templates. You can imagine if you have a form where the person could add a name, add a contact address or whatever, stuff like that. Templates are very useful in that particular case. The reason that I don't like it is that you have to put this template in the DOM. So while my JavaScript would normally be, in its own file, separated out, nice and clean, having the template in there means that I have to kind of dirty my DOM a little bit, which that sounds kind of gross. So I don't like that. There are some ways to work around this such that if we want to have things defined in HTML, that template technology is going to be called slots. It is a way for the calling document to essentially pass layout to a web component. You can have a default or name slot. It looks like that, slot or slot name. This requires a shadow DOM, and this will make a lot more sense if we open up and take a look at this. I'm going to show you the code first because I am a little bit short on time. So I have a profile web component that's going to take some attributes and just talk about a person, like a profile card. It takes a name, an email, and a bio. And the bio is a little bit long. And you could see if I scroll all the way over there, it's one long attribute. And that works. I could render out the name, the email, the bio. That works, but is a bit messy, especially if I wanted like 2 paragraphs or so. With a slot, I can literally put the code now inside of my web component and then address it like so. Literally, with my web component outputs that slot, it's going to say, hey, everything that was inside, I want you to render on the actual web component. And we'll take a quick look at that profile 2. And you can see there's the web component. There's the 2 paragraphs. Again, not required, but surely makes it look quite a bit nicer. You can actually also name cards as well. I'm going to actually, you know what? I'm going to skip that demo for time because it's not terribly important. I'm going to get right into name slots. By default, any content inside your web component will be the unnamed slot. But if you want to get more complex, you can actually allow for name slots to let people specify where they want things to go. So let's actually get right into the example of this and show you why this is nice. Let me go to the HTML first. So my profile card has gotten quite a bit more complex. It now allows for jobs, books, as well as a bio as well. So I can actually pass via the slot attribute what my jobs were. Also, what books I'm reading. My web component can then pick that up, and we'll scroll down to the HTML, and you can see I have a default slot, no name, with some default text in case I don't pass any. And I can actually specify where the books and jobs gets dropped. If you go back up, jobs was on top, books was second. But when you actually render this, it does it the right way. So that's kind of nice. It means I don't have to be very, strict about how I drop things out there. So we got down to 4 minutes here. I am going to actually skip the first 2 demos. These are all my slide decks and all of my GitHub repos. I want to focus on the last one because it's one of my favorites. So one of the cool things that web components can do is progressively enhance a page. So I built a web component for table sorting. And what's nice is that you could take an existing HTML table and just wrap it. And then you get instant sorting. And if you don't have JavaScript or if JavaScript is slow to load, you still have an HTML table. It's still there. So this is an existing table. I did cut out most of the rows so that it would fit on screen. But I have cats with names, breeds, genders, and ages, and so forth. I built a component where I just wrap it with table sort, and that's it. And then if we look at this demo, let me get rid of the console so we have a bit more room. This is that table. And if I click, I now have sorting built in. Again, if for some reason the JavaScript library did not load for the user, they lose nothing. They still have that context in there. They still have the HTML. If the JavaScript loads, then they have it. One little nit about this component, I did realize pretty quickly that I would need a way to support numeric sorting. So I let you pass an attribute. Numeric says, hey, that 4th column, treat it as a numeric value. And this code that you can look at it when you have time will basically look at the attribute and figure out what columns would be numeric. And I did 1-based indexing because that's how real humans think. So I went through this really, really quick. There are some more things that you can do. I will give a special call out to forum participation. What that means is that you could build a web component that exists inside a forum, and when you submit it or you reset, it can handle both of those with custom logic. It is not terribly simple, but I have a link there where you can read about my exploration into that. There's also some work on defining shadow roots within HTML itself. Again, I link to details more about that. And there is some thought, and this is actually very, very early on, about being able to create custom attributes. So imagine if you have a div tag and you could write an attribute that says, I'm sortable, that would allow you to drag and drop the divs. So not a custom web component or web tag, but just an attribute. That is in the future, not here today, etc. There are libraries out there. I have avoided all of them because I wanted to do things the hard way, uphill both ways in the snow, etc. But those things exist. There also are some, and there are some alternatives out there. I'll skip. A lot of good resources. Always go to MDN first. That's what I recommend. And there are people out there using it. By the way, there's a cool Chrome/Edge extension that will flag when web components are being used. And we will be doing Q&A later in the day. And I ended up on time, I think. Again, you can reach out to me at raymondcamden.com. All these slides, all these demos. I have a lot of blog posts on web components. Absolutely, please reach out and ask me questions. I love talking about this. Thank you for your time and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation, exactly on time. Thank you, Raymond, for paying attention to this, and see you at the Q&A session.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, was I on mute? See you later at the Q&A session, right?
Are you asking if I'll be in the Q&A?
Yeah, you are joining us, right?
Yeah, that's in a bit. In a bit, I'll be there. Yeah.
No worries. Thank you.
No problem.
And let's move to the next talk. So our next speaker is Derek Binkley, who is engineering manager from Localize. He will tell us about amazing topic: add Geospatial search to your GIS app with Elasticsearch. Let me add him to the stage. Hi, Derek. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. Thanks so much for having me today.
Thank you for joining us live. So I won't take much time adding your slides to the stage and disappearing. Please do your magic.
Okay, great. Yes, thanks. So so today I'm going to be talking about geospatial search, also just location-based searching, adding that to your site or your web application with Elasticsearch. Now, if you're not familiar with Elasticsearch, I'll just give you a quick introduction to it. So what do we have? It's based on Apache Lucene. I also thought about just changing this talk to, saying the name of this talk to highlight Apache Lucene, because that's really the project that makes all of this really cool stuff happen. Elasticsearch uses that open source project, as well as lots of others, and we will talk about alternatives. So if you're not using Elasticsearch and you want to use OpenSearch or something else, very possible. So Apache Lucene is a Java-based method of creating indexes on JSON documents, and it's just very fast and very cool. Now, Elasticsearch gives us a REST API interface to this. So we have REST calls. So we're going to be making all of our searches are going to be, gets or posts, data updates will be puts and things like that. So it's something that's very familiar to most of the developers out there. And there's just SDKs and just tons of languages, which make it really easy to get started. And in fact, I was trying to do a lot of the loading of the data for this talk, using directly with the REST calls. And then I kind of gave up and started using the SDKs because they just made it a lot easier. So I was writing mine in JavaScript. Makes sense, since that's the topic that we're at, but or the conference that we're at. But really any language, most languages have some sort of SDK. But if they don't, you can always fall back to using the REST calls. And this will come up a little bit later, but Elasticsearch is read optimized. It is not, it's a way to index text and other items in JSON documents for searching. It is not a transactional database. So that's really important to understand when you're using it. Most use cases I see is efficiency using one of these Elasticsearch type products outside of in addition to their database. So you're getting stuff in sync for the search. You're loading those indexes rather than treating it like a transactional database, which it is very much not. So I did say that there are alternatives. If you're using AWS and you want to stay in that ecosystem, you can use OpenSearch, which is a fork of Elasticsearch. So the version numbers will be off because they're based on wherever it forked off. But a lot of the functionality is the same. But you don't have to. But if you wanted to, you add it to one of your transactional databases. There's and not all of these use Apache Lucene behind the scenes. But I just wanted to kind of give you the sense that you can do what I'm doing here without necessarily loading or using Elasticsearch and adopting that. So I know MongoDB. They have I've worked with that a lot, and you have to get into their you can do some of the GeoJSON stuff, but if you want to start using their Apache Lucene search indexes, you have to use their hosted solution, which is called Atlas. So these other alternatives give so OpenSearch or Elasticsearch might give you a cheaper way to do that if MongoDB is your database of choice. But as you can see here, both relational and non-relational databases all have ways to do this, and they're fairly similar. But now that we've had a brief introduction, let's talk about what are we going to be building today. We want to do geospatial searching. So I have loaded a Elasticsearch index with millions of locations across the United States with some text descriptions of them. And we are going to allow you to search that text. And I'm just kind of and I'm just going to show you how to actually do that searching, not like actually build the application, because that's a bit much for half an hour. But I'm going to show you how do you search those text descriptions of the locations, searching for locations that are nearby you, searching within an area, sorting by the location or the relevancy. So we're going to kind of cover all of that. Now, how did we store our database? I mentioned it's or how do we store our data? It is a JSON document for each element. And this is where it gets a little bit confusing. In Elasticsearch, an index is actually like almost considered like a table. See, it's a grouping of documents with a similar structure. So when they say index, it's more like what you would think of as a table or a collection if you're using a NoSQL database. So. And then there's a mapping, which is like your schema, your database schema. So you have this mapping, and it defines what is contained in the document. And so here's what the mapping looks like. We do a put. And so I just started with a brand new instance that is running. And I'm just going to show that to you here. I've got everything going up. Let's see, let's get a little bit more room here so you can see this. So I'm just doing a git. This is running in Docker in a local host at localhost. So I just want to make sure, just so you can see what you care about here. Okay, so I just do a git at this server, and it tells me some stuff. Hey, I'm running on Docker. I've got my version numbers, and it always says, for search. That's the Elasticsearch tagline. So this is just telling me, yes, I have a server up and running. So the first thing that I did is I wanted to define an index through this mapping. So what I did was I created an ID with a type of integer, a location point. This is our geo point. I'll get into some other data types in a little bit, but this is important. And then I created three text elements. And by defining them as text, that says to Elasticsearch, I want to define this so that you can search it. And what it'll do, it'll like tokenize the, I won't get into all of the details, but basically it tokenizes the text in there so that you can like easily search, and it can do, this document is similar to that document type of things. Yes. So that's that. So these three, the ASCII name, the name, and the alt name, are all things that are searchable. And so we also have a keyword. This is like a fixed content. So for example, if you have like a data type, and you're segregating your data, you'd want to use a keyword for that. The geopoint gets stored as latitude and longitude. There's also geoshapes if you want to define a polygon, and lots of other numbers and such that you can store in that. And you can check out their document. They have some really good documentation. So just an example of what I stored in the keyword. So this is data that I got from, it's called GeoNames. It's a free source of data from, it has every country in the world, this places. And so for example, we're storing this like, this code, this H code, and then these are like subcodes that can come into it. So this is when you want to use a keyword, because you're just, you're going to be searching directly for AIRS. You're not going to be like, you don't care if you have something like AIST that happens to like have similar characters in it. That's not relevant, because you're probably going to be, in your app, you're going to have like a drop down and doing that. So now that we've set up that, I needed to load the data. Now, how do I load the data? One thing that you need to be aware of, because I loaded like, I don't know, 10 million records or something like that, and it didn't take too long. However, the one thing that is important is that Elasticsearch it's read optimized. It's meant for searches. So what does that mean? You probably should batch up your writes, and they have like a bulk endpoint that you can use to do that. So, and the reason that this is because it starts indexing each time you load more data. And so if you do that in batches, it's a lot faster, because this is not meant to be, like a relational transactional database. So, and so for example, this is, I just wanted to give you a little bit of example when I'm loading the data and using that bulk endpoint. You have to tell it, okay, what do I want to do? I want to index. This could be like create or update. I don't know. There's a bunch of different options you can look at the documentation for. But I'm saying I want you to index this into my index called places. And then you have one document here. And so so it's kind of funny, because you have a command for each document. So it's like index document. And if you're not using an SDK, this is where it's really nice to use an SDK, because you don't have to worry about formatting. But if you're going to be using creating the post manually, be aware that you have to have a line, a new line after each one. So for example, this wouldn't cut it. This would have to be like I'd have to strip out these new lines and make that all one line. So and that is through, you can do Elasticsearch. You can just do like localhost 90, your server name /_bulk, or you can name the index, and then you don't need to put it here. But this allows you to index, like do multiple things at once. You can index and delete and just do a whole bunch of write things all at once. Okay, so we got through that. I've got some data running. Let's see here. Oh yes, now we want to query this. Okay, let's take a look at this query. I'm just going to do a very basic search, and so yes, look at here. I've got places _search. Now this is, and I just said my query is going to be match all. Sorry, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger here so you can see the results. So this took 6 milliseconds. Let's see here. It was successful. This is interesting. It just says it's greater than or equal to 10,000. It's not going to bother counting above 10,000 because that would be a lot of work, and it wants to get you responses fast. A lot of Elasticsearch and the Lucene indexes is built to give you data quickly. So it's not going to go through and tell you that there's like 1.2 million or however many there are. And so it just kind of starts giving you to give some data back. And this is some data that I have loaded. It's not in any particular order. It's just the way it is. But you can see here, the one thing I wanted to highlight is I defined this location point as latitude and longitude. So yes, so that is just a very basic search. Oops, sorry about that. And get back to my presentation. And you might be asking yourself, okay, there's a body and a get. MDN does not like this. They said you should avoid this because you don't know what's going to happen if you're creating something. But the Elasticsearch people did it anyway. Yes, they did. And it is totally supported. So that's fine. And they're not going to change that because it's so built in and ingrained to their product. So it is, it's very safe. So, but when I first saw that, I was like, oh, can you really do that? I thought, you only had a body with a post, but it is totally possible. Occasionally you run into a client that won't do that. So you have to, I haven't in years, but in the past I've seen some older SDK clients. Like if you're not using the built-in Elasticsearch, it gets a little funky because it's like, I don't want to do this. But anyway, yes, you can do that. Now, let's start searching. Let's start searching, doing something a little bit more interesting. I will I will run this search. So now I have, I've put in a search term. So I've got my query and I want it to match anything that with the name park. I haven't told anything else except that I want you to look for this. Again, there's greater than or equal to 10,000. It's not going to do a count. But one thing that's really important here is this max score and the score. So it actually scores this based on relevancy. This score is only related. I don't know how this gets calculated exactly, but it's only relevant to this search. Like if I put in another search here, like for school, and did a search, like you might see something. Let's see here what our max score is. Okay, 3.3. Like why exactly? I don't know. But that's just how it is. But you can tell like what is the most relevant. Well, and this is obviously the most relevant because it's just named school. And this is School Street School. Okay, so but you can see here that it is doing some searches. Another School Street School. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so that's just a little bit about what a search is going to look like. Let's do something a little bit more advanced. Now this search here is, I'm actually going to introduce the Boolean and I'm going to filter. Now a filter is going to just give us, that's just going to not score stuff. And then I'm going to actually combine these two. So I want everything with a feature class of park and a, let's see here. I want everything with the feature class and the name. And that is going to give us, you can see here, this must match. So this is telling us, this is the query part, and this is the filter part. So this filter doesn't go into the score because it's just saying, okay, if it's not feature class L, I don't want to see it. And let's see here. Yes. So yeah, and you can see here, yeah, again, we're scoring on things. Yeah. So the must versus filter. Must is a search. Must is required. So you have to have that. The filter is is just matching directly. Now you can also aggregate. So you can actually do something like this, and this is like a group by. And let's see here. So you'll get something like, okay, I put it into buckets by this feature class, and it gives this. So now it's starting to actually give you counts. Okay, so now what we actually came to see here. Let's search in a circle around a point. So this is the first thing we're going to do is actually search by a filter. So I've got this Boolean filter, geodistance. So essentially I have created a circle of 2 kilometers around this point. This point is basically my house. And let's see here, go for it. And let's see here, what did it do? You see there's no, it found 42 things, but it didn't actually score it because this was just filtering it. So there's no sorting or anything like that. It's just telling me here's everything through that, that is within that distance. So that, that can be useful. So for example, okay, this, I don't know if this is exactly 2 kilometers when I drew this circle, but yeah, essentially saying, okay, I found everything within this circle. Again, no score, no sort. So let's add text to that search. Now this is where, so we've got a Boolean and a, let's see here. So yeah, we've got a Boolean. So we're doing our search and we're filtering it. So I want just the schools nearby. So it found 13 things with the school in the name, Lakewood School, East High School, things like that. So now that's nice, but you might want some more relevancy. So let's take a look at what is the closest. So what we're going to do is we're going to query, but instead of filtering, what we're going to do is we're going to sort by distance. So now I'm no longer thinking about that circle. I'm just going to give it my location point. So you're building your app. It's like, okay, this is where your user's at. And then you can say, okay, well, what's nearby them? What's closest? And let's see here. Again, yes. So, and then some things here, I ordered it ascending, did it kilometers, and the distance type is arc. And the arc, that's, so there are two different types. The arc, it really only matters if you are starting to do stuff like closer to like the North and the South Pole, because it has to do with like the Mercator projections and like how we handle like, you know, maps versus you know, the actual like geography of the world. And the world isn't the Earth isn't exactly a sphere. So when you get close to the poles, there are some other types of distance. So if you're actually doing some sort of like, you know, geography type of mapping, or you're in like, you know, Scandinavia or something like that, you might want to like look at the different types. But ARC is the fastest, and it gives you, you know, the closest results as far as as far as, you know, like your average location. So now we see here, okay, this is the closest here. So it's not scoring it because I didn't do a search that way, in that same way. So I just actually looked for, okay, East High School. Yes, this is the school that is closest to my house. And then it's telling me how close it is. So that this sort element actually tells you in kilometers how close these things are. So you can see here, Operation Fresh Start School is 0.74 or whatever kilometers away from my house. Now, now let's think about another example. You want your user to draw a polygon and search within that. And that is definitely possible. What you would do is just, you have like, you define these points. I just picked 4 because that was easy to draw. But you can actually do that with a lot of different, you can have, I don't know if there's a limit to the number of points here, but basically, yeah, you can define a polygon with an array of points. So if you see here, So now again, we're going back to filtering. We're not sorting, we're filtering. So with the geopolygon, and we're saying location point, that's what I called my my mapping. And then I give it this these 4, you know, I give it these 4, and then it will tell me, okay, well, what is actually within that that element. And I'm just going to show you here. So let's see, what is it within that point? Okay, there is a shopping center. And did I? Oh yeah, so I actually matched shopping. Let's see here. Let's see if I just for fun, must match. So this is interesting, must match, but this is actually a search. It makes it sound like you're filtering, but there are some ways to do ors here. So yeah, so there are no hits. So yeah, there's actually no parks within this area, at least defined in this database. So I did see something called a center. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see here. This is down here at the bottom. Okay, yep. So yeah, our hits, and now you can see here we're actually scoring again because it's also it's giving relevancy within that. So for example, you know, sometimes you see like on Google Maps, you know, do you sort by distance or do you sort by relevancy? And so these are the most relevant stuff like within this. So you can see here there's a shopping center, a little mall. Actually has been torn down and rebuilt into a high rise, but that's that's okay. This one is still around. I know in my house. So yeah. So anyway, this is these are things like within what that what that user drew when they drew this polygon. Okay, so yeah, so far, yeah, we've been able to search within a circle. We've been able to search the stuff that's closest to us in a custom size shape. What else do we want to might we want to do? We can actually, so I'm going to actually change to a different scenario here. A while back, I worked on a application, a web app where we were tracking users' location. I mean, it was like a fitness app. It's nothing nefarious, but we were tracking their. We were tracking like their heart rate and stuff like that. You know, as they were going on like a run or a bike ride or whatever. And so, depending on the type of phone, which version of like Health Kit, Android Health Kit or whatever was being used, we had like just tons and tons of data. So it kind of looked like this, except there was some more information in addition to the location and the timestamp. But one thing that we found was, so we ended up with something like this where you're like, oh, okay, we've got like just tons and tons. I mean, you can imagine like sometimes we'd have like thousands, thousands of points like within there. And plotting all of that was just like taking a lot of work. So we're like, okay, well, so then I was like, okay, let's just manually like, every certain amount of time, let's pick a point. Well, then we got something like this, which was, not nearly as accurate because we didn't know that the user like, ran down this street and, ran over here. So we're like, okay, well, how do we like estimate that? So there's actually something really cool called a geoline aggregation. And what it will do is actually summarize all that data for you. And so it'll give you enough data so that you can like actually build a pretty cool, nice line. And yeah, and so that makes it a lot easier. So with this, I was able to, build into this web app a really nice like mapping feature showing where they were without having to create like, I mean, you can imagine if you're on like an hour-long run, and if it's taking multiple things per second, not going to do the math in my head real quick here, but that's a lot of data. So Anyway, yeah, you can do this. This is an aggregation. So real quick at the beginning, I said an aggregation is kind of like a group by. But this is a little bit different. So yeah, it is grouping it by, but it's kind of grouping it by like the geography, which is really cool that it can do that. So you tell it your field, you tell it to sort by timestamp. So you get like the user as they move through all this data that you collected about them. And then it, yeah, so then it creates what's called like a line string, which you can then, which then you can like map out. Some other cool things that I want to bring up is that there is something. This was originally experimental. Now I think it's still. I mean, it might not even be beta. It might still be kind of alpha, maybe beta. This time series aggregation. So what that is, it might give a little bit more accurate because they're using the time series. So a time series is like where you have like all of this data that is, kind of like, with all these like timestamps, and you can sort it by time, just like you could, when you're creating a report, like, well, how many people, visited such and such site, like on this day, sorting something by day. But this, this will actually give you a little bit more information, a little bit more granularity. So anyway, so yeah, you can create an aggregation called my walk and give it that field, and it'll automatically set up nice buckets which will give you your points. There's also some other really cool things you can look into. We talked a little bit about sorting by geodistance. You can also aggregate by that. So how many people are within 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers, whatever. Geohash, geohex, geotile. And if you want to get into geofencing, you can compare locations with intersects, disjoint within contains. So is somebody within a certain area? Do these certain geopoints, do they overlap? Are they completely separate? That type of thing. And real quick, I just want to give like an acknowledgement that in the US, it's getting more common to say, just representative that the land that I'm presenting from is the sacred ancestral land of the Ho-Chunk Nation, one of the original 11 First Nations. They are still in the area, but we're forced to cede a lot of this territory in an 1832 treaty that is now the state of Wisconsin. So I just wanted to say thank you, and it's been a pleasure to proceed to present to you today, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A.
Thank you, Derek, for the presentation. It was great and super interesting.
Thanks.
So yeah, let's move to the Q&A session. Raymond and Manuel are here. Hi, Raymond again.
Hello.
And Manuel, thank you all guys for joining the Q&A session live. And let's move directly to the questions. So the first question will be from Manuel. From your experience, when optimizing, are there performance KPI trade-offs for mobile versus desktop?
I will say, yeah, there are some trade-offs, but in terms of KPI, oh, sorry, can you hear me well? Let me put this close.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So in terms of KPIs, what we're looking for both, I will say mobile and desktop, right? You can set up different thresholds, right, depending on the application that you're using, you are creating, and definitely like it will depend on your audience. But yeah, both can be like you can put it, I would say, a higher threshold or close to, let's say, the optimal number for the mobile, versus you can be a little bit lost in terms of what you set up for the desktop. But yeah, there are some trade-offs in terms of optimization.
Okay, great. Thank you for the answer. Next question for Raymond. Why did it take so long for web components to become popular, and what changed recently to make them more useful now?
I put that blame on Apple. I know Safari has dragged behind quite a bit in web standards. I've been in this field long enough to remember when, for years, we would always make fun of IE6. Internet Explorer was the bad browser. Safari has been that role for a while. To be fair, Apple has made great improvements the last couple of years. But without getting way off topic, there's still some issues there. But yeah, so they were the ones who had kind of fallen behind. They support web components very good. There's a couple edge cases where they don't, but I didn't bring them up because I didn't have to. And I don't know. I think maybe people were waiting for Safari, waiting for it to mature a bit to see the benefits of it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for clear answer. Next question for Derek. How does Elasticsearch handle location searches when there's a lot of data or traffic, and what can affect its speed?
Yeah, good question. So Elasticsearch, one thing I forgot, I should have pointed out, was these searches I was just doing on a single node on my laptop. And so I was basically running like a single server within Docker on my laptop. And, these things were coming back within 5 to 10 milliseconds, but it was searching like 10 million records. So it is really fast. But if you have, obviously the more data you have and the more users you have, it will affect it. So they actually have really good abilities to shard your data. And not just shard the data itself, but you can just create multiple shards, and it does a lot of stuff automatically for you. And that's a way of balancing the load. And so it actually will, it's basically like multitasking, so it'll handle it'll send all the data out to the shards. It'll send the query out to the shards, and then the shards will each return their own answer, and then it'll combine it back together. So definitely, if you're doing a production Elasticsearch install, you want to look into sharding, and it's basically built-in load balancing.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Next question is from Manuel. It's quite a big one. So how do you balance between improving load times and maintaining high level of functionality, especially for feature-rich applications where reducing complexity isn't always possible?
I see. I will put you one example because when you have a feature-rich application, let's say multiple modules, really complex, the best thing to do is divide and conquer right there, right? So for example, let's say you are working on an application and you have the luxury of working with micro frontend, right? Because I will say luxury because it's not all cases will have the chance, to work on that level segmentation. But I will say if you can try, for example, to create performance based, let's say, based on pages. If microfrontend is not your case, based on any particular module or let's say a part of the application, and you start targeting those pieces, and then from there you start replicating that across your application, and that will be a good approach.
Great. Thank you for answer. Next question for Raymond. How do web components fit with popular frameworks like React or Vue? When are they better choice than framework components?
So to the first one, they just work. So they should not interfere with your use of React or Vue. I will say, since Vue lets you do web component type stuff already, where you can define, layout, behavior, and all that, I'm not sure I would use vanilla web components in a Vue app. But if you're using a third-party library that has web components, they won't break, or they shouldn't break in a React or Vue environment. When are they a better choice than framework components? That's a very big religious type question. I don't go to React and Vue first because I feel like they're too heavy. Nothing wrong with that, but I always start vanilla and simple. I'll go to Alpine.js when I need a little bit more work. I like vanilla web components because they are lightweight and don't have the additional baggage of React and Vue.
Great, thank you for the answer. And one more short question for you. How well do web components work with older browsers?
Well, in the beginning, I showed what happens when you have a element that's not supported by HTML. It is essentially ignored. It's turned into a div tag. So in some cases, it may break. Like my first examples where I was just foo cat, just putting a cat on screen, that will 100% break. However, like the examples where, or the last example where I showed a web component doing progressive enhancement, making a table sortable, in an older browser, they still get the table. It's 100% usable, readable, scannable with your eyes, etc. The web component just makes it better when it can.
Wonderful. Thank you for the answer. And last question for this Q&A is for Derek. Are there any downsides to adding Elasticsearch, GeoSearch to a JavaScript app?
I mean, I guess the only downside is that you are going to be, you're going to be adding complexity. It's adding like another process, like another thing that you have to connect to, because like I mentioned in the talk, unfortunately, Elasticsearch is not it's not a relational database. It's not a transactional database. So you're still going to have that transactional data stored somewhere. So you are going to have some complexity of like pushing out that data to pushing it out to Elasticsearch and keeping it in sync. There are a lot of great ways. Depending on where you're storing your data, there are really good ways of like batching that up and like pushing that out. But yeah, you are going to have to. You are going to have to like push. You're going to have to, you're going to have to like maintain that that connection and keep that data, up to date. Because if you aren't, and I guess this kind of gets back to the original question of, when, where does about Elasticsearch and performance is that, it, like I said, it doesn't do well with writes. So if you're trying to, keep a lot of data that's changing a lot, like you've got users that are, just running all over the place, and, you're collecting that data and you're trying to send it to that, to your database, and then you're sending it over to Elasticsearch. There's going to be some lag there because it's not going to get indexed right away. And Elasticsearch will default to like telling you, like just sending you an answer. It's not going to say, hey, hold on, we don't have all your data. It's just going to, give you, it's going to do the best it can to do that search. So you may have cases where your Elasticsearch results are lagging behind like your data, what's in your database, or like what you're storing in your app. So that can lead to some inconsistencies. So that's just something to keep in mind. I think that's kind of the biggest complexity and downside.
Great, thank you for the answer. And that's it. Manuel, Raymond, and Derek, I'm super thankful that you joined us live for the Q&A session, for answering the questions, and for preparing your amazing presentations. We finalized this conference pretty great, Junior Day, with such an amazing blog. Thank you, guys.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Hope to cooperate with you next time as well. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And yeah, that's it. We finalized Junior Day of JavaScript Global Summit 24. I would like to say a huge thank you to all the speakers who presented today. Everyone did an amazing job. I see that you were enjoying the conference, enjoying the talks. It's so valuable for us to give you a great product, great conference. So also would like to say a huge thank you to all the audience who is watching us still live. It's so valuable that you are paying attention, that you are keeping up with the conference and providing us reviews and questions. Thank you very much for supporting our community. And also who still wants to join us tomorrow for senior track, who haven't chance to grab yourself a ticket tomorrow, please do. It's your last chances to catch a chance to have it with 15% discount via promo code LIVE. So yeah, do not hesitate to join us tomorrow. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. And yeah, see you at Senior Track.